Hello, America. I'm Robert McNeely. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live as President Trump hosts an Antifa Roundtable at 3 o'clock. Stick with us on what's become a rainy day in Washington, D.C. The sun is shining down here in the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, home to Right Side Broadcasting Network, and perhaps that university you might have heard of, Auburn University, as well, as it is Wednesday in America. It's October 8th, and it's always a joy to be with you here at the live desk. Let's break down today. Jim Comey pleading not guilty to charges and his arraignment happening underway now as we have seen Operation Arctic Frost, the latest in the scandal from the Autopen years. And the fact that this government, the FBI, the CIA, intelligence services, apparently and allegedly monitoring United States senators, from Lindsey Graham to Marsha Blackburn, countless others, including John Kennedy of Louisiana. And it's the latest in a scandal of some people claiming that there is no legal footing for President Trump to now use National Guard in America, in places like Chicago, Illinois, and Los Angeles, California, Portland, Oregon, where the leadership at the state and municipal levels have failed their residents and the American citizens in turn. People want clean water, clean air, infrastructure, streets to get down to work. And even with the technological boom and AI horizon that we're on, people want good communities to live in, to work, live, and raise a family. It's rather common sense, and I'm amazed that some people would even try to claim otherwise, that somehow the power of the presidency is too large or too big. Nothing could be further from the truth, because if you look back to our founding documents and our preamble to our Constitution, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. There's a legal argument to be made that the very essence of why government exists is for law and order, is for the safety of its citizens, and those rights coming from God on high, that those people can choose to worship or not worship, can choose their destiny, and the pursuit of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, as written by Thomas Jefferson. So this president wants to help provide by that, whether it's through the National Guard or ICE or state and local officers. We've seen in Chicago that the state and local officials, specifically Chicago police, had to stand down in helping ICE agents and Homeland Security as they were attacked by paid thugs in Broadview, Illinois, just west of the city of Chicago. And we know that in Elwood, the National Guard waits for commands and orders in regards of what to do next to support Department of Homeland Security and ICE agents in the second city. So we'll stay on that story, because this is a question of federalism. It's a question of government structure. It's the question if you can remove those people in power, so-called, provided by the American people, peacefully and patriotically, of course, through impeachment, through other removal tactics that are non-violent elections. That's what we do this for, because they are placing together a whole different narrative of what is actually happening on the ground. And that's why President Trump declaring Antifa a terrorist organization, and same with Trende Aragua and MS-13 and the border cartels that are responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of lives. I want you to think about this perspective for a moment, putting it into light and perspective and common sense. Dr. Sebastian Gorka recently spoke to Heritage Action, part of the Heritage Foundation. From the end of World War II until the last military engagement of the United States, being the War on Terror, we lost roughly 108,000 American personnel in those struggles. Of course, more of international coalitions. Now, Of those people, you have the Korean War and the Vietnam War still under the draft era. And as terrible as that was, and as terrible amount of loss of life that is in roughly 70, 80 years of 108,000 people, many volunteered to sign up and support. Congressman Wesley Hunt talks about this on a regular basis with his 14 fellow graduates of West Point, dying in Black Hawk helicopters in the middle of war because they wanted to defend this country against Islamic terrorism. And you can argue whether or not it was right to go into Iraq. But of that, it's mostly volunteers. In the sophomore year of the auto pen, 120,000 people lost their lives to illegal fentanyl trafficking, poisoning of America's youth. So if it has not hit you, you can almost live in a bubble. So I implore, listen to these stories, those who have lost their lives, the Jocelyn Nungarys, the Laken Rileys, the Rachel Morans, those tragic stories. We've had many of the parents and family members on this show to discuss the heart loss that it is to lose a loved one to criminal trafficking. And most of it preventable because DAs and judges and especially Democrat elected officials being lax on crime and not enforcing the laws on the books. It's that simple. As we thank allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, it is the online pharmacy unlike any other. Ivermectin, mebendazole, now 25% off. You've seen that all the cancer research in the free sunshine state of Florida, $60 million going into that. So ivermectin and mebendazole, very cost-effective ways, generics that can help with those cancer treatments. Also NAD+, methylene blue for energy, for helping with sleep patterns, and for getting your back in the game and being prepared for all of that, what life has to throw at you. Also with code RSBN10, an extra 10% off. Scan that QR code right there now, as we'll be discussing with the co-owner of All Family Pharmacy, Michael Kunzler, at the bottom of the hour. So don't miss that exclusive interview today to speak on all of the latest from what really is an outstanding company. 200 plus medications, also essential emergency medical kits to be prepared to stock up that medicine cabinet and to be prepared and ready to go. They have Tamiflu as well. As it's cold and flu season, COVID is here with another strain, so good to stock up on life-saving medications in the meantime. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And Monetary Gold will also have an exclusive interview in roughly an hour and a half with David Schroeder of Monetary Gold. It's wealth security preservation. Grab that complimentary presidential gold guide today. Do not delay. Ask how you can eliminate your IRA fees permanently and for life. 888-617-7994. RSBNforthegold.com. RSBNforthegold.com. It's the presidential gold guide. 888-617-7994. Robert Kiyosaki, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, speaking about two banks that failed this year. So how are you to diversify outside of properties, crypto, printed money that can be subject to inflation and to banks failing and $37 trillion of debt? Well, gold and silver, the hot commodities that have stood the test of time. And that's all at rsbnforthegold.com. Again, your complimentary, no obligation presidential gold guide with President Trump right on the front of that for several different options. Call today. Don't delay. 888-617-7994 and ask how you can eliminate those IRA fees permanently for life. Get them out of here. It's a great investment with Monetary Gold, the retirement and pensions that you've worked hard for and you deserve, especially if you're a public employee. Look what's happening right now with this ridiculous Schumer government Democrat shutdown. Smart to protect your savings with all of this happening in real time. Thank you to Monetary Gold for your sponsorship on the right side of history. As we await a 3 o'clock roundtable, President Trump discussing Antifa and these paid thugs that go into places like Chicago and Portland, Oregon, and this narrative from the mayors and governors of those respective municipalities and states calling, literally J.B. Pritzker calling ICE agents thugs. How irresponsible, how stupid. Actually, really, I don't think he's a stupid man. I think he's trying to enact Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. This is what these people are: big government socialists. They believe in communism, and the antithesis to their power is someone like a President Donald Trump. It's a MAGA movement that believes in constitutional governance. And if you want to disagree, feel free. If you wish to opine, you're always welcome to, because we have free speech in this country and we celebrate it here on the right side of history. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Well, we have some great interviews in store for you today for the pre-show leading up to President Trump's roundtable discussing Antifa at 3 o'clock Eastern. Stick with us at 1:10 as we had a chance to speak with Drianna Sixto, the Turning Point Action spokeswoman, just yesterday to get a take on what she thinks is happening in your neck of the woods. Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. It's Drianna Sixto, the Turning Point Action spokesperson. Drianna, we have the first day of the new term for the Supreme Court, so 2025 into 2026. Looking forward to what they have to rule on. I'm always curious about it because the media always seems to want to forecast what the High Court will do, but we know that they have to wait until certain cases come before them, and for many, more often than not, don't want to necessarily get too political. But what do you see maybe before the court that might be a surprise in the upcoming term?
Well, I think with all the lawfare going on, trying to stop President Trump's mandate by the people and from being enforced, especially when it comes to cleaning up this country of the invasion of foreign illegal immigrants that came in, by the thousands, by the millions. I think that a case will be brought up to the Supreme Court to make it harder for lawfare to keep stopping progress of getting a lot of those people out and enforcing the policies. Just recently, we heard news of the Abrego Garcia case, Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, an illegal immigrant with a history of gang affiliations, gang violence, domestic violence. He is on his 7th hearing to get him out of this country. He's already had previous deportation orders, and in the meantime, taxpayers are fronting the bill for his defense, basically. And that's just unsustainable. I think that a case that is very relevant to what's going to happen in these next 4 years with, enforcing the immigration laws on the books being at the forefront of Trump's agenda, is making sure that we remove a lot of the lawfare obstacles being used to prevent us from enforcing our immigration laws, kind of like we've seen in this Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. And hopefully there's a case that goes to the Supreme Court where we address those issues.
Yes, it seems very likely, given that now 400 members of the Texas National Guard going to Portland, Oregon, and Chicago, Illinois, as both those municipalities and the state governments have been very quickly attempting to sue the Trump administration over all of this. They do not say it's an insurrection, and they say that the Insurrection Act cannot be used. But President Trump seemingly going in that direction with his administration now. Memphis, Tennessee might be a test run in the sense that Governor Bill Lee participating and working with the administration to federalize the National Guard, and potentially in New Orleans, Louisiana, with Governor Jeff Landry down south. So what do you think this will all turn into in the coming days and weeks here, as we seem to have one party that is all completely for lawlessness and the other one simply just trying to save lives?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we're going to, first of all, see the real face of the Democrat Party unmasked as to who they are, who they represent, whose interests they're looking out for. President Trump has mandated that the National Guard in some of these states that have extremely liberal left-wing cities that pretty much resemble dystopias, that their National Guard be used for the purpose of protecting federal buildings, federal agents, particularly and specifically ICE agents that are there to do their job of removing criminal illegal aliens from those cities. And we've seen opposition from the local Democrat leadership, and they have allowed a lot of civil unrest. They have allowed attacks on federal facilities, federal buildings, and federal officers that are just there to do their job. And so it just makes logical sense to use the National Guard to protect those officers from doing their job and those facilities, because indeed it is true that we are at the point where this is an internal rebellion. It's an internal rebellion, and Trump is calling it what it is. And I think that we're going to see, just like how after taking over the DC streets in just 2 weeks, things changed radically, where crime went down radically. We're going to see the effects of Trump's policies and Trump's cleanup act in these left-wing cities. And who knows, maybe for the first time, Democrats living in those cities under those unsafe conditions for such a long time can see the difference of, night and day of what things would look like under Republican leadership and under law and order. Maybe they'll come to our side.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I see this being very similar to what took place under the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations, specifically addressing then Dixiecrat Governor George Wallace with the segregation, because the law was on the books to bring these schools together and integrated post Brown versus the Board of Education, ultimately ruled by the courts in that matter. And a public official like George Wallace simply creating things out of thin air. And we've already had, again, that dangerous leftist rhetoric of Governor Newsom just this week on a failed comedy show stating that President Trump is an SOB. You have Governor Pritzker saying that it's Secretary Noam's thugs in a press conference with Mayor Brandon Johnson, who signed no ICE zones. It almost reminds me of our work at Turning Point with the free speech zones on the campuses that are no longer really happening, thanks to great organizations like Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA fighting for that free speech because, that's the thing. It's like facts that are stubborn things, Drianna. Free speech is a stubborn thing that exists really throughout this great land of ours.
And that's all we really need to win people over to our side. That's why the left is so hell-bent on censorship. That's why they're so hell-bent on violence when they can't achieve that censorship via other means, right? I think we've recently seen the ugly head of what not just a small fringe group of, people on the left believe in, but we've seen the head of what's behind their rhetoric, their policies, and they truly seem to be led by people that hate those with opposing viewpoints. Just the other day, we got a candidate, AG candidate for Virginia, Jay Jones. There were text messages of his released where he was caught saying that he wished that a past Speaker of the House had 2 bullets to the head, and not just that, that the children of this man died in the mother's arms. Imagine that right now, and this is currently the nominee, the Democrat nominee for AG in Virginia, who has said this, has not stepped down, has not resigned, has not lost a single endorsement from any Democrat whatsoever. They're still going with him. They're still going to make him his candidate. And so I definitely see that this left-wing violence and the allowance of violence is something that is now a pattern. It's something that's mainstream. And so it relates back to Democrat leadership giving stand-down orders to their local officers when it comes to protecting federal buildings, when it comes to protecting federal agents when they come into town to do their job and remove illegal aliens that are not supposed to be here in this country. So, via other means, we have to make sure that those people are protected, because we know Democrats aren't going to do that.
And the voters much smarter than I think Democrats give them credit for. People are paying attention to what's happening, and just as we saw in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina, the Republican gubernatorial candidate had some trouble last year, and it affected races up and down the ballot other than President Trump and his illustrious campaign, the way that they worked so hard in Trump Force 47. I see within the next month, 4 weeks is a rather, it can be long, but a short period of time given the early voting that we now have in this country. And I think with Jay Jones saying what he said can really have a poor effect upon the entire Democrat ticket, to your point, Drianna. Now, we also do have a lockdown going on with Chuck Schumer. He continues all of this. And I think he's really putting his future political career on the line as a result. He's worried about the AOC wing that is attempting to primary him. At the same time, he's willing to allow the American government to be held hostage. I think this is just another reason why we need term limits.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. There's some people that have taken advantage of their position in government for so long. And here's the problem with that. And this goes for just pretty much every member of Congress. They create laws in which they don't have to live under, live by, or experience the consequences from. So that's what enables them to do all this. This is why Chuck Schumer and the Democrats can really just hold the American people hostage and, have this government shutdown, because they are voting or choosing not to pass a budget simply for there not being a part in that budget that uses our taxpayer dollars, not theirs, but ours as a whole, as a conglomerate, our taxpayer dollars to fund illegal aliens, non-residents, non-citizens, to fund their healthcare for free. That's what they're going to bat for. That's what they're going to war for. That doesn't affect them in any way, shape, or form personally, but it's crazy that they can hold us hostage and change our lives and make it for some people especially miserable, just so that they can get their way and just so that they can use this as political leverage. I think their end goal here is that they believe that maybe by appeasing a lot of this illegal base or non-citizen base, that when Trump is no longer in power, they hope that they can put in a Democrat president in there, Democrat leadership, and that they legalize the millions and millions of people that they allowed to invade this country during the Biden administration. I think that that's their glimmer of hope. And so they're trying to appease them. They're trying to play nice with them so that when that happens, they vote Democrat. Obviously, we're going to fight tooth and nail for that not being the case. It's literally a matter of life and death of the country if we do not win. But I feel like this is showing to who their true alliance lies. And it shows that they are not particularly negatively affected by this lockdown. So they can hold their breath for as long as they want to, because somebody else is actually holding, their breath for them. Theoretically, metaphorically. For example, federal agents like military people, that work in TSA, they are right now being called to work without receiving a paycheck because they're deemed essential workers. So they are missing payments on mortgages, on cars, on everything, on their credit cards. And they are receiving the blowback from this petty Democrat shutdown. Those are the people truly suffering. The mothers and children on WIC, on food stamps, the most vulnerable of us all that are quite literally going to starve while Democrats just take, I guess, an extended little vacation on the taxpayer dollars. So absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, it is. And $1.2 billion, that's what it's cost thus far, over 5 days into this now. So we'll see where they stand in the coming hours, is how Speaker Mike Johnson giving all of those updates. And these same leaders, I find funny, Drianna, they want to unmask ICE. They also want ICE to present an identification when arresting these criminal thugs and these potential foreign terrorist organizations in Trinidad, Aragua, and the border cartels and MS-13, many who have been rounded up under the leadership of this administration. Well, where did we hear that before? Oh, yes, they wanted to mask up private citizens during COVID. They wanted 6 feet apart, although that wasn't scientific. And the irony of their municipalities and their states that do not have any form of voter ID. So the height of hypocrisy being exposed right now. I think it's the light going across the darkness and evil coming to the surface.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They keep shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to their public image. And I think voters will recognize that, see that, and hopefully get out to vote during these upcoming midterm elections and also any local special elections that happen before that.
Yes, and all coming up very fast here in New York City, New Jersey, and Virginia. It's also the October 7th anniversary. This week, we reflect upon what happened 2 years ago in Israel. Ongoing peace discussions happening in Egypt as we speak, with the Middle East envoy focused on just that, bringing peace to the Middle East. It seems as if most countries really uniting around President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in these efforts. And sadly, there are parades happening around the country and demonstrations, seemingly by paid agitators, to promote this narrative of the unholy triumvirate of communism, Islamism, and globalism. These rules for radicals, I think Saul Alinsky really is inspiring them from the grave.
Yeah, I think what the world wants more than anything is indeed that peace in the Middle East. I mean, since I was in middle school, it's something that it was a known phrase for me back then. There always seems to be ongoing trouble and deaths and tragedy from all sides. And I think that what Donald Trump has said from the beginning is that he wants to be a president where no new wars are started, and that keeps a great relationship with all sides. And I think he's shown already that he is truly trying to be the broker of peace. Back when this incident happened years back, a lot of people stood in solidarity with the victims of this tragedy. I know down here in Miami, Young Republicans, we attended a local memorial in memory of those victims. And I think it's everybody's desire right now that the perpetrators of that attack that day truly come to justice. And that's all we want, right? That the perpetrators behind October 7th come to justice for the sake of the family of the victims of that day.
No question about that. Triana Sixto, the Turning Point Action spokesperson, thank you for joining us, as always, on the right side of history.
Thank you.
Thank you to Driana Sixto from Turning Point Action, the newest spokesperson, a dear friend of the network, as we get close to the 1:30 mark here in beautiful Auburn, Alabama, as we look towards our nation's capital that needed some rain. There was a lot of sunshine happening the last few days. President Trump to host an Antifa roundtable at 3 o'clock Eastern. We'll take you right there for that, as sadly the violence continues in Chicago, Illinois, and Portland, Oregon, as chaotic thugs take to the streets to protest, and really what turns into violent insurrections from those who do not want them there. Paid agitators who go on either killing sprees or create chaos, spitting, throwing rocks, cursing at the officers. Imagine doing a job such as that to keep America safe. So our hats off to DHS and ICE, also state and local officials who are keeping America safe. Thank you to Kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will win the Nobel Peace Prize? Perhaps President Trump. I think he is a viable candidate considering ending 7 wars in roughly 7 to 8 months. My goodness, no one else could do just that. Still working on the Middle East and what may come about with Russia and Ukraine. Speaking of that, will President Zelensky meet with President Putin? Will that be in Moscow, Russia? Will that be in Kiev, Ukraine? We shall see, as a bilateral meeting could happen, perhaps trilateral, with President Trump being invited by both leaders following the Peace Summit in Anchorage, Alaska, and the European leaders that following Monday at the White House, now coming to a 2-month mark since then. Who will win the World Series? All of that being discovered now in the NLDS and the AL Division Series as well. So scan that QR code now, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Trade on literally anything, as we are grateful to have Kalshi.com/RSBN. Music, sports, politics, just about everything to salt and sprinkle some pepper on the flavor that is America. It's a great place to be, and Kalshi.com/RSBN is the place to trade on all of those very important questions. We'd also like to thank AngelPaste.com, the Miracle Cream OG. You've seen me use that right here on the network, and it keeps my hands nice and glowing when the fall season hits with the colder weather, the drier weather, especially down here in East and Southwest Georgia, East Alabama, Southwest Georgia. This is a very dry area this time of year, believe it or not. So September and October providing that. So a great time for the Miracle Cream. Also the orange option, which is vitamin C infused, non-GMO, no chemicals as well. Experience the miracle that is AngelPaste.com. Use their natural facial spray. Hundreds of products to choose from. Christian owned. They hire veterans, and they live in Spring, Texas. That's the HQ right off the Gulf of America. AngelPaste.com. CovePure.com/RSBN. Get $200 off that now. Drink pure, live pure. Scan that QR code there. Remember Flint, Michigan? And remember the other Democrat-run cities with those lead pipes that are sometimes older than your grandparents? Yes, it still exists. The poor infrastructure that hard to believe it's in America. So a reverse osmosis system is needed, and the Clearwave technology pioneering all of this is really at the forefront with CovePure.com/RSBN. As you can see there from the video demonstration, you can have hot water, lukewarm water, cold water, all to start your day and keep you fully functioning and hydrated throughout your day, because it's fluoride, it's pesticides, the lead that can cause brain cancer, toxins, damages to your liver and other organs because it's going through your gut. So you need clean, pure drinking water, something that we should all have in America. Protect what matters most. Drink pure, live pure. It's CovePure.com/RSBN. Get $200 off of that. Scan the QR code there. Utah and Florida putting up legislation to pass through their state governments in order to make America healthy again. We know that Secretary Kennedy devoting himself to that very work on really a daily basis for the last 2 decades. And joining us from All Family Pharmacy, speaking of making America healthy again, it's co-owner Michael Kunzler to talk to us about the online pharmacy that is making the biggest difference. Michael, we just saw this great news that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced $60 million in cancer research for the free Sunshine State for repurposed drugs like ivermectin. And since All Family Pharmacy is based right there in the free Sunshine State of Florida, it already provides ivermectin. So you guys are actually ahead of the ball game here. So we wanted to talk to you about what this means for patients and their access to things like ivermectin. How significant is this announcement for the future of cancer research and treatment in Florida?
Just being able to provide any information of repurposed drugs or repurposed generic drugs like ivermectin with far lower costs than chemotherapy, radiation, or specifically the immunotherapies are the ones that are extremely expensive. Being able to provide not a standalone drug, but a drug like ivermectin in combination with some of these radiation or chemotherapies could provide a tremendous amount of help towards the cancer community. And alone, just the financial needs would be far less than what they need now because it's a generic drug. It's truly not that expensive compared to immunotherapies that are out there.
And many people are having a hard time finding that at their local pharmacies because of big pharmaceuticals. We've seen Right to Try by President Trump. Most recently, the participation with Pfizer. I was surprised actually to hear coming from Pfizer, but to try to lower those drug prices and in turn also manufacture things right here in America. But again, some doctors unwilling to either prescribe ivermectin or you can't find that in your neck of the woods. So how does your pharmacy, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, make that process easier and more accessible for patients and the customers that are coming to your online website?
Sure. So we actually built this website with the intentions of providing our patients with both services. Service A of acquiring a prescription for the medication, and then service B, providing the services that a pharmacy would provide, like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, methylene blue, mebendazole, all the different medications that a lot of pharmacies traditionally just won't dispense anymore. Most of them are corporate pharmacies. They don't want the liability in their eyes, but it's really about the money. We know that. And then even at the lower level, the independents are just scared. They're worried for their license. They're worried about the regulators. They have a lot more worries in the world. Here at All Family Pharmacy, we are going to provide you both benefits because literally 80% of the patients that come to us, they either have a pharmacy, but they don't have a doctor, or they have a doctor and they don't have a pharmacy. Most of them don't have a doctor, or most of them don't have a pharmacy, but have a physician. So we now subcontracted out our physicians and we give them a very good rate to our patients. I believe it's anywhere between $20 or $30 for them to acquire a prescription just by having a quick consultation with the physician. It doesn't need to be 30 minutes. We don't need to be paying them hundreds of dollars to be doing this. We're providing it at low cost. We're bringing the doctor's volume and patients that they want to help with cancer research, with off-label use. And to be honest with you, just traditional use, antibiotics. Hydroxychloroquine used in other cases, ivermectin used in other cases, parasite cleanses, travel needs. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to provide you with everything under one roof, which most people like because we can provide it in the 1 to 3 business days, and then shipping is 2 business days. So you're getting very fast delivery. Not as fast as Amazon, but very fast delivery.
Yes, very convenient. And there's some strength and dosage recommendations you would have for ivermectin, if I am correct in that, and how many patients can figure out just what those needs are. Do these doctors that you license and participate with, will they be able to help recommend the dosages for the patients that you work with?
So we tried to provide as much information on the website as possible in a legal manner that allows us at the pharmacy level or at the telemedicine level. Traditionally, a lot of the dosages come from physicians, and we're going to direct them in the direction of a physician to get the exact dosage because it's a weight-based dosage. We're starting to work a lot more with Dr. William Mackis, which I'd love to bring on the show. He's got a lot of great work. He's got over 100 protocols, all based on certain dosages, based on the type of cancer and the stage of cancer. So we're going to provide as much information and as much information on our website as well as over the phone as we can on the pharmacy level. But realistically speaking, we're hoping these trials are coming soon. And Dr. William Mackis, from what we're hearing, could be the leading driver of these trials because he's got over 6,500 patients himself that he's currently helped or helping fight this battle with cancer. So he's the perfect pick for the state of Florida, and I'm glad they brought him down here to that convention that we were just at. And I think, and I hope that he runs the trials here.
Oh, we look forward to having him on the show. It seems like a wealth of knowledge to help the viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network for any of these very crucial needs in their day-to-day activities. So have you seen a rise in customers looking to use ivermectin and the off-label as a result of really what's taken place in the last few years here in America? I think the curtain has really been pulled back on big pharma and some of the powers that be, like in cancer support and prevention, beyond just the traditional use, as you said, for parasites when it comes to specifically ivermectin.
Yeah, we've seen a massive rise since this information has become somewhat public, right? January is when we saw a really, really big jump, and that was due to Mel Gibson's clip on Joe Rogan. They were talking about a Joe Tippins protocol. One of them is actually, or supposedly, a patient of Dr. William Mackis, from what he told us. He's familiar with one of Mel Gibson's friends. I think there was 3 of them that had stage 4 cancer, and they're all cleared of stage 4. When we were at this convention, there was 3 of Dr. William Mackis's patients, one of which is our patient, actually 2 of them which are our patients, and a third one that's from Canada, all sitting in the same row as us. And they were all stage 4, and they're all cleared. Now, again, that doesn't mean everybody with stage 4 is going to be cleared. That's a big fight. That's a big battle. But he's got some hope. We've seen it. We've seen it with our own eyes. We've heard about it. And the trend is getting more and more popular. We're seeing it now more in the holistic routes. A lot of holistic physicians are prescribing it, or they can't prescribe it, but they can recommend it. We're seeing that tremendously. We just had an individual come in the other day, and she's a holistic physician, and she had stage 1, but a very aggressive form of breast cancer. She fought the battle without doing chemo radiation, which that's not what we suggest, but that's the route she wanted to go. She still got the surgery. The tumor shrunk in half. They removed the tumor, and there was no more cancer left in her, obviously her breast. So it's huge to see these stories that are continuously coming out. It's not just 1 or 2. It's not just a handful. We're seeing them now on a daily basis. So we're hoping that these repurposed drugs are providing the support that these people need in the fight for cancer.
Well, it's really great news to hear that, especially with the rise of super cancers over the course of the last decade. Now, Michael, as well, have you had any additional feedback from the patients right now at All Family Pharmacy using that ivermectin, and what direction are they recommending that for their friends and family, and to perhaps try that as a result of all the massive good feedback coming from specifically cancer treatment?
Yes, we get a lot of recommendations. This pharmacy was built off of family and friend recommendations. We didn't start advertising for probably like the last year, because once we got a wealth of knowledge in, we wanted to provide that information to our viewers, to the audience, to every individual here in America that can benefit from what we're providing as a service, and not only off-label use, just traditional use medications, providing maintenance meds during flu season in the mail where you don't have to sit at the pharmacy and get sick. So, back to your point, we have a lot of people who are taking ivermectin, and they're sharing their stories with their friends and family. For instance, I have an individual here that was stage 4 that I just mentioned. I gave him a coupon code. I looked in our system the other day. That coupon code was used about 30, 40 times. That means that he told 30 to 40 people about his story with ivermectin and mebendazole. But again, he tells his whole story. He was on a Keytruda trials. He also did rounds of chemo. So it wasn't just a standalone drug. And he provided that information to his friends and family, or strangers even, he told me. So people are following the course when they're seeing somebody who was in that battle or in that fight, and they're just starting to begin their fight. They're going to follow those people. They're not going to follow Big Pharma and go through all this hell, I like to say it, just to unfortunately not be cured, but just to prolong their life. So people want to win the fight. They don't want to lose. And we're starting to see it more and more now.
Yes, for those who do not have family or friends who have tried through your great site, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, for this life-saving medication in ivermectin, mebendazole, and countless others. In fact, over 200 essential medications, including Tamiflu for fall flu season, and of course another strain of COVID to match up with this beautiful time of year. For patients curious about all of these off-label options, what kind of guidance do you give them at All Family Pharmacy to help assist with that?
So you come to our website, you can place your order, we get you in touch with a physician. If you ever need to talk to that physician again, we're surely able to put you back in touch with them. We also have a numerous amount of pharmacists here. We have a pharmacist that think alike like our patients, and they're going to teach you. These guys have been around for 30, 40 years in the pharmacy industry. They've seen every type of flu and virus that has hit the market already. So these guys have a wealth of knowledge, and they're going to provide that knowledge to our patients. They're going to provide the information on how to take the medication safe and effectively. And if you get side effects, they're going to try and help you overcome those side effects. There are certain little ways that you can overcome side effects. There are ways that they can help you on a day-to-day basis. And the knowledge we're going to provide is that you can't go to a corporate pharmacy, you can't go to CVS or Walgreens or Walmart and have that same conversation. The pharmacist is just going to say, the doctor said, take 1 tablet a day for 5 days. That's all I'm going to tell you. You know, that's not what our pharmacists are about. They're about helping and providing a community service type retail, which is what we are. We're a family pharmacy, and we treat everybody like family. That's our number one goal. And that's the number one goal for our pharmacist and any medical provider that works under our roof or subcontracted by us.
Truly invaluable information today. Thank you, Michael. Also, the ivermectin mebendazole, I believe, going 25% off right now, in addition to code RSBN 10 for an additional 10% off of other products.
Yes, we've lowered the price on the website 25%. We have the 10% coupon that gives you an additional 10% off. Those that are having the cancer protocols, give us a call if you have questions, concerns. We'll try to help you as best as possible, and we'll try to save you a few bucks along the way as well. There are ways we can do that because, like you said in one of your questions, the cancer protocol does require a very high dose. This is something physicians like Dr. William Mackis have come up with, and they've come up with it for certain reasons. So we're going to want to help them overcome certain side effects or how to take it on a day-to-day basis.
Michael Kunzler, co-owner of All Family Pharmacy. You can see all of these life-saving medications, the essential to stock up your medicine cabinet. Heck, you can even travel with these because they're easy for your carry-ons as well. Again, Michael Kunzler from allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you for taking the time, sir, and we'll see you again very soon.
Thank you.
And as we cover President Trump, who is about to have a roundtable on Antifa, a very important situation going on in all of this discussion with what's taking place in Chicago, Illinois, to Portland, Oregon, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana, all the way out to Los Angeles, California. Lots of violence, foreign terrorist organizations, and just gang-banging thugs who are taking advantage of the good residents and the citizens here in this great country of ours. As we thank allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you again to Michael Kunzler for joining us this afternoon. Again, 25% off. It's now not 25% off of ivermectin mebendazole. What we were just speaking of, this great cancer fighting opportunity that's a little bit of out of the box, but ivermectin known for parasite removal, finding in the free state of Florida, all that $60 million of research going into this. But this might be just the off-label correct generic option to take care of you and yours. In addition to that, RSBN 10, an extra 10% off for all of your order. Some great deals happening right now at All Family Pharmacy. Scan that QR code there. There's also NAD Plus and Methylene Blue that can get rid of stress, help with Alzheimer's, and some extra sleepless nights as well. So there's a different way of doing things, perhaps a better way of doing things. And again, these have been approved by the FDA for a half century, and even one of them won a Nobel Peace Prize because of the advancements. So we love this partnership that we have with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN to make America healthy again. No red tape, no bureaucracy, just a pharmaceutical note from doctors and pharmacists that you can actually reach out to who will advise you on the specific dosage levels. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, a true lifesaver. Stock up with that medicine cabinet in the fall flu season. Scan the QR code there right now. As we also thank PDSdebt.com. Break free from debt. No credit score required. It's just secure, free quotes, custom options, all at PDS.com/RSBN, because we know the system is rigged. The big banks want you to be in debt. This is one of the largest fears of most Americans. And even with the great usage of tariffs and the renegotiated deals around the world, thanks to President Trump, Secretary Bessent, and this cabinet fighting for the future of the American people, you still might have been fighting either credit card bills to hospital stays, and for whatever reason, you are in debt as a result. So get that free assessment today. It takes 30 seconds. This is a AAA rated industry from the Better Business Bureau. This company leads the way on that. PDSdebt.com, Trustpilot also giving it large scores and countless, thousands in fact, 5-star reviews at the Google online reviews. You can go look for it yourself, where you can break free from debt starting today. Again, break free from debt with PDSdebt.com/RSBN. Secure free quotes, custom options, no credit score required. So if you're worried about that too, you won't get an extra ding or two. Break free from debt today. PDSdebt.com/RSBN. At roughly 10 minutes to the hour, let's take a quick commercial break for additional sponsors. Roughly 70 minutes from now, we will have President Trump hosting an Antifa roundtable at the White House, 3 o'clock Eastern. We'll take you live to that as we cover the day's action and the news in the midst of a Schumer Democrat government shutdown. I'm Robert McNeely. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Don't change that dial.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. As it is approaching the 2 o'clock hour, we'll have an exclusive with MRC's Justine Brooke Murray to discuss further the October 7th date this week. We remember 2 years ago when Israel was attacked by Hamas terrorists. And you can be someone who wants all of this peace to come to the Middle East. God knows that President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu want that more than anyone else. But remember what happened 2 years ago. It was brutal. It was violent. It's something where Americans had to deal with all of the AutoPen's failures on a global scale, something that should not happen again. And somehow this has fallen on this president's shoulders, but he's been able to solve 7 wars in, give or take, close to 8 months now. An amazing achievement as we seek peace in the Middle East and ultimately Russia and Ukraine. It's a scary world out there, but we thank God for American soil, our federal government, our system that has stood the test of time for nearly 250 years as we continue to pray for the peace of Israel as Bible-believing Christians, something we're very open about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And if you don't happen to have the same faith, that's okay. We believe in those same Judeo-Christian principles that have led to the freest and fairest system of government that the world has ever seen. Republican government, not the party, but law and order, the Constitution, adhering to the rule of law, something that sadly one of the major parties refuses to do in this country. And we are seeing that as they are winding their way into what's now 6+ days of a Schumer lockdown, an individual who's been in office since 1941. or 1981, 1941. He'd be really in there for a long time, but definitely before I was born. And when the speaker, Mike Johnson, was in the third grade, 9 years old, when Chuck Schumer first took that oath of office to defend and protect the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. But here's the irony of all this. They want illegal aliens to have your health care, the investments you've put your time, sweat, and energy in, some cases blood, in fact, to end up with long lines at hospitals and not have the ability to, although Obamacare addresses that it's illegal to fund illegal aliens when it comes to their health care and paying for those subsidies. In fact, how many different states have allowed that to happen? So there was a question earlier this week where House Speaker Johnson and also the President of the United States and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the superstar, asked by reporters that, well, this is illegal, so where is this funding actually happening? And I have a list here that I'll bring up within the broadcast of those sanctuary states that are doing just that. So it's happening right underneath the nose of those in the media who refuse to research it, who refuse to look for it. But again, you're on the right side of history here to learn the truth. Ultimately, so you can make up your own mind. That's why we don't cut from live speeches, from hearings, from roundtables like we'll see with the president roughly 1 hour from now in order to showcase what's actually happening in your neck of the woods. I'd like to thank some sponsors first and foremost. We have a new cryptocurrency group with us that is focused on finding what is truly a good way to diversify your wealth from the Trump Media Group. It's crypto.com today, joining this historic movement, teaming up with Trump Media, which is behind the likes of that extraordinary application known as Truth Social. Let's be clear, cryptocurrency no longer something that is just emerging. It's actually here to stay. And this is the latest move, cementing that reality in a big new deal. The Trump Media Organization has put together a $6.4 billion deal, a massive deal with the Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to scoop up $6.4 billion in CROs. So the powerhouse taken the fuels fast, low-fee DEFI, the staking rewards, and the real-world perks like cashback on your spending prowess to establish America's first CRO treasury, the Trump Media CRO Strategy Group. When it's done, this new company will be the biggest publicly traded CRO holder out there. So you want in on the action? Crypto.com today is where you can find it. Let's make crypto great again. For more information on the proposed deal, this business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corporation's public filings. Again, you can visit at crypto.com as well. Cryptocurrency continues to gain traction, and I like to share a major announcement. Again, Trump Media, $6.4 billion, a massive deal, and a $6.4 billion with a B, dollar deal with Yorkville Acquisition Group, Crypto.com. Companies like this joining forces together to create the biggest publicly traded CRO really in American history. So stay tuned for that. And an outstanding company over there at the Trump Media Organization, also responsible for Truth Social. MyPillow.com/RSBN. The 6-piece towel set back in stock. Normally goes for $70, 70, down to $40, under $40 now at $39.98, a very limited quantity. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Don't delay. It's 800-836-7566. Support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network. MyPillow.com/RSBN. And we'd like to thank you for your viewership and donations to this outstanding new media company who's been around for more than a decade now to bring you those live events, but also to be your go-to live desk at rsbnetwork.com/donate or by texting RSBN to 801-801. We also have and address if you like the old school way of check or money order at 1550. It's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. The loveliest village on the plains. That's Auburn, Alabama. 36830 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. Auburn, Alabama, 36830, rsbnetwork.com/donate, or text RSBN to 801-801 as you catch clips from last year's campaign. How much fun was that? It was really a whirlwind this time last year. I'm just amazed at how quick the year has gone by in 2025. Nothing slowing down, as we knew the pace would be much different between a Trump presidency and that of the Autopen, who would fall up the stairs on a regular basis or simply eat his ice cream cone at Rehoboth Beach while taking a nap. Well, there's someone who does not take naps. She has the energy that President Trump does. It's Justine Brooke Murray from the Media Research Center. Always a pleasure to have you on. Albeit this is a very sad anniversary, 2 years since the attack on Israel by Hamas radicals. And I'm very grateful to you, Justine, for going in there and being a true citizen journalist, finding what happened not only over in Israel, but here at home. And the fact that you have Hamas sympathizers in New York City just yesterday saying October 7th was just the first October 7th, calling for free Palestine from the river to the sea. Now, for those who don't understand, what does that mean exactly for Hamas radicals and those who are sympathetic to terrorist organizations like ISIS?
Well, first, thank you so much for having me back. That is a battle cry to exterminate the Jews. From the river to the sea, it means wiping out all the Jews out of Israel. And unfortunately, it's a battle cry that's been regurgitated by a lot of these college students who they think it's like some hip and cool, hippy-dippy phrase. A lot of them don't really understand what it means. If you ask them to find the river or the sea on the map or name what river or sea they're talking about, they wouldn't know. But then on the other hand, their leaders and the people egging it on, they know exactly what it means. It means killing the Jews in the name of justice, of course.
Yeah, it's very disturbing to see all of that, especially on an anniversary that affected Israel, the United States, and a lot of Europe. I mean, this was simply people, young people like us, going to see a concert and then their lives completely changed. Do you have hopes in what has been proposed by President Trump and also Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu? It seems to have really have consensus around the so-called civilized world, even many Arab and so-called moderate Muslim countries coming together to support this peace deal. And we know as of this hour that Hamas is willing to give back now the 48 hostages that remain, whether dead or alive, to these family members who have suffered. You really can't put it into words, the amount of terror that they've undergone on a daily basis with their loved ones gone, missed holidays to missed celebrations, and our prayers are with them at this very dark hour. But there seems to be some continued dialogue on where that dividing line will be, and Hamas doesn't seem too happy that Palestinians will have to be asked at least to move temporarily, maybe back in over time, and that this group of people, this international board that President Trump is willing to sit on and lead, that might not cut it for Hamas, but I don't think they have any other option here.
Hamas will never be happy as long as Jews are alive. And what everyone needs to understand is that we're dealing with a savage terrorist organization. They don't believe in the concept of peace. They don't believe in humanity. And we're working between America and Israel, two countries that believe in the value of life. That's why we're actually giving up we're catering to them a little bit just to try to get our people, our hostages home, because we believe in life more than we believe in war. Hamas, unfortunately, doesn't. And the hostages are the only people. If they don't have the hostages to use as leverage, they know that nothing is going to stop Israel from completely going in and just finishing Hamas, as they rightfully would do. So if they release all the hostages, well, they know it's going to be a lose situation. But what they'll do is they'll keep saying, oh, sure, yeah, we might agree to this. And then a deadline passes. This is what always happens. A deadline passes the day they're supposed to return the remaining hostages. They don't do it. Then another deadline passes that we give them. And then they just start, launching, they just start attacking Israel once again. But only President Trump can and has fostered peace between Israel and surrounding Arab nations. This is what we saw with the Abraham Accords, where even the surrounding Arab nations, whom the media expected to side with Hamas, they didn't side with Hamas either, because they know the so-called Palestinians who have come into their countries, they've attacked them too. They've tried to take it over violently as well. And this is what the legacy media will not cover, because they paint everyone together. They assume that if you're Arab or if you're even Muslim, that you automatically must and should stand with Hamas terrorists. And this is the rhetoric coming from Western dilettantes who would rather see Hamas finish the job because they're so morally superior. They think that Israel, the Jews, and with that, America deserves to be conquered in the name of restorative justice.
I'm surprised. It almost feels like a repeat of the 1930s and 40s. And we've seen since 1948 in the inception of the State of Israel, where the British really were moved out of the territory, and with the League of Nations becoming the United Nations, ending up saying, well, this is the Jews should have their homeland once again. It's rather common sense considering what has taken place in Europe and throughout even the Western and Eastern worlds during that time. But we still seem to have this anti-Semitic thought that is out there. You had the opportunity in 2014, I believe, to go visit some of these areas, especially in northern Israel. Can you speak to that? Because my mayor in Sandy Springs, Georgia, the great Rusty Paul, taking a bipartisan group over there of 13 mayors, and they were stunned to see what Western media did not cover, especially in these agricultural areas when Hezbollah decided to get in the fight via Lebanon and invade from the north. And thank God they did not do that the day of October 7th of 2023, because as bad as it was, I believe it would have been much, much worse. But you uncovered some of the gruesome footage and what took place in northern Israel.
Certainly. It actually was southern Israel at Kibbutz Kfar Aza. It was 3 months after October 7th, so it was that December. And this kibbutz, we saw multiple people. Multiple people were murdered that day on October 7th. And specifically, I went into the home of a young 23-year-old couple. They were just 2 years younger than me. And they were just having breakfast that morning, not knowing their fate just moments later. And I still saw their breakfast lying on the kitchen counter. You had bullet holes in their home. You had, we were told their bodies were thrown on, they were butchered. Their bodies were just thrown on the couch. And we still saw blood stains. We still saw the carnage even 3 months later. And then to go back home, I was working in New York at the time, to go back home, to walk back to my office off the subway and see 23-year-olds, the same age as the people who were murdered that day, cheering on the most atrocious crimes that happened to them. I couldn't go home from work sometimes, couldn't walk back to the subway without being surrounded by that mass mob that they, for 2 years, every day since October 7th, almost every day since October 7th, they've been marching out in the street and calling for more Jewish blood, and with that, more American blood.
So disturbing that's happened. And for years and years, really since the end of World War II, we've had these issues coming from the Palestinian Liberation Authority and organization under Yasser Arafat, and then now under Hamas. I mean, these people were an elected wing roughly 20 years ago, but as you said, they are a terrorist organization, and it is time for them to lay down their arms. We have a lockdown here at home in a different way coming from Democrats and Chuck Schumer in New York City. It seems as if these Democrats becoming more and more of a regional party and kowtowing to their radical left Marxism of AOC and the Squad and other people who truly are very, the anti-Semitic rhetoric that happens in Congress sometimes, let alone our college campuses, is so perplexing to watch. But this individual, it's been proven that he wanted to fund illegal aliens here, along with Hakeem Jeffries in the House. So what do you think are some of the next steps to potentially reopen the federal government?
Well, they need to agree to stop funding illegals. But of course, we've noticed how the media spins this. They keep blaming Republicans for the Democrats refusing to come to an agreement here. And part of this has to do with the way they're spinning it in regards to health care as well. They're complaining because the Republicans don't want to continue a Biden-era bill during COVID that would allow people who were making more money, much more money, 400% more of an income than meets the poverty line. That bill would continue providing them with Obamacare, taxpayer-sponsored Obamacare. And the Democrats, the way that Jimmy Kimmel phrased it, he also called us the KKK for, as he does all the time. And then the way Jon Stewart phrased it was that, Republicans just simply want the Democrats to die because we don't want to fund free health care. Meanwhile, they're calling for our blood. They're killing our leaders. And you had this Democrat candidate in Virginia actually saying that he wants to kill children. So it's just the peak projection coming from them. Everything is violence, according to the left and according to the media, because we don't want to fund their free health care and there's still a government shutdown. We're actually being painted here as violent because we don't want our taxpayer money just being wasted when they're the ones actually calling for violence.
Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals on clear display. And speaking of that, I was actually doing some research, Justine, on the 7 other times that the presidents have used National Guard to move in on different situations, ranging from the Civil War to the Rodney King riots of 1992, and down here in Alabama, the Selma March to Montgomery leading to Bloody Sunday, when certain Democrat leaders refused to protect their own residents and American citizens, something that's happening again in Chicago, Illinois, to Portland, Oregon, all the way to Los Angeles, California. I'd like your take on the National Guard federalization, because they are outside of they're in Elwood right now, outside of Chicago, stationed and ready to help DHS and ICE, some of the Texas National Guard that Greg Abbott, the governor down there from the Lone Star State, assisting with that, but to these comedy shows as well. Saw Governor Newsom on Colbert saying that he wants these ICE agents to be unmasked and to hand over an ID when they arrest these foreign terrorist organizers and paid agitators. And I thought, oh, that sounds really familiar. Oh, wait a second. You wanted to mask people for COVID. You wanted 6 feet apart. Oh, and you live in a state that does not have voter ID. So the height of hypocrisy coming from the Democrat Party is extraordinary at this point.
They want a narco tyranny. The reason they don't want ICE agents masked is because they think it's okay if an ICE agent gets physically attacked. And we just saw like a week or two ago, right after Charlie Kirk's murder, them try to go after an ICE facility and inadvertently shooting migrants, the people they claimed to support, when they were trying to kill ICE agents. So this, once again, it also speaks to their hypocrisy, because I remember, and they're still doing this. These rioters, these mostly peaceful young jihadists marching for death in our city streets, they always claim that they're wearing masks when they commit crimes. They're wearing masks when they break into buildings and college campuses and beat people up, because they're just so afraid they're going to get caught by the police and they're going to get thrown in jail and people are going to come after them for physically assaulting others. Oh, but ICE agents they're not allowed to rightfully do their job abiding by the law and getting violent illegal aliens out of this country. The left and their media, they want lawlessness. My friend Nick Sorter, he went to Portland over the past week to cover Antifa violence. And what happened on camera, the cops gleefully, the Portland cops gleefully went after Nick because he was defending himself. He was trying to stop an American flag from being burnt. The rioters set it on fire. They tried to physically assault him. And when he tried to stop him, they went after him, and they're proud to do so. You have the mayor of Chicago proudly saying things like, well, criminals should be let off the hook. They have the right to commit crimes. So of course it would only make sense for the president to say, no, we have to put our foot down. I mean, what our Democrat, state and local Democrat leaders are doing, it's illegal because they're fostering a narco tyranny, and we need to go by the law in this country.
Amen. I could not say it better. Justine Brooke Murray of the Media Research Center, thank you for joining us today. Stay safe out there. I know that many of us journalists, the ones who want to get the truth out there, being hurt in Portland. So for Nick, we hope he recovers well. I know Katie Davenport as well, taking a black eye to get the truth out there, and you're fighting hard as well at Media Research Center. So thanks for joining us today.
Thank you as always.
And President Trump will be upcoming with, speaking of terrorists, the Antifa terrorists at the top of the hour, a roundtable at the White House. We'll cover all of that for you as we get underway with what's an interesting time in America and many different narratives that exist. Our thanks again to Justine Brooke Murray of the Media Research Center. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Ivermectin and mebendazole going for 25% off, and code RSBN10, that's RSBN10, for an extra 10% off your entire order. So when the pharmacy down the street is influenced by the PBMs and the big pharmaceuticals that don't want their doctors prescribing life-saving medication like ivermectin and mebendazole, where are you to turn? Well, this online pharmacy at 2:15 Eastern can get you life-saving medications within 48 hours. So it's not a long time to wait for what's crucial if you don't have insurance. There's no red tape, no bureaucracy, just doctors and pharmacists, nurses who can walk you through these programs with over 200 essential medications, including Tamiflu in the flu, cold, and COVID season. Ivermectin, mebendazole now 25% off. Allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code there now for all of your different options. They also have NAD Plus and methylene blue to help with sleep, to help monitor all of that. It also can help against dementia and Alzheimer's. So check out today the essential medications and also the emergency medical kits. You could take these on the road too. No excuse in 2025 to not have the medicine cabinet stocked. And you could do so in an efficient way with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And Monetary Gold for your wealth preservation and securities. We'll have David Schroeder at the bottom of the hour to speak on how important and crucial it is for your retirement, your savings, your pension, everything you worked hard for, to make sure it still remains there, because paper money can be inflated. We've seen that over the course of the last 25 years in grand ways, perhaps more than ever before since the Great Depression. Also, with $37 trillion of debt, where are you to turn in case a bank fails? Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, talking on that this year. 2 banks alone failing over the course of 12 months. Visit rsbnforthegold.com. Call today. Do not delay. Get that complimentary presidential gold guide. 888-617-7994. Ask how to eliminate your IRA fees permanently for life so that you can have this hot commodity, gold and silver, that have stood the test of time for 5,000 years of recorded human history. It's Monetary Gold, wealth, savings, preservation, all there for you at rsbnforthegold.com. Thank you to Kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will win that Nobel Peace Prize? I think we know who's leading the ranks there. It's Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, the Peace Through Strength candidate, the Peace Commander-in-Chief, someone who wants the bloodshed to stop, someone who will call them out and say they don't know what they're doing in order to create peace, whether it be in the Middle East to Azerbaijan and Armenia, Cambodia and Thailand, to the Israel and Iran conflict, the 12 days war that America put to an end, striking those nuclear sites earlier this year. It's continued discussions with friends and foes in order to stop what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. And speaking of that, will Zelensky meet with Putin before January? We know that the government of Pakistan, who made peace with India through President Trump's intervention, has nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Same with Congressman Carter in Georgia, Congresswoman Tenney in New York, also Congressman McGuire, who visited the network last week in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So it's questions on politics, culture, music, and sports. Who will win the World Series? That battle ongoing. You can trade on anything at Kalshi.com/RSBN. As the National Guard arrives in Illinois, stationed in Elwood, southwest of the city, President Trump has a clash with Governor Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson, perhaps on a grander scale than with others throughout the country. Putting to Truth Social with cut number 6, Mr. Producer, that the governor and the mayor belong in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Governor Pritzker also, he calling out the Chicago mayor and the governor of Illinois. An amazing time to be in America, something we have not really seen since 1992 with the LA riots, when President George H.W. Bush authorizing those National Guard to go on in. 60 died as a result of those riots. Sometimes more die on a monthly basis in the city of Chicago because of the violence, dating back to the last couple of decades under failed Democrat leadership, but especially under that of Beetlejuice, the former mayor of Chicago, and now Brandon Johnson, who took on that role. Both Lori Lightfoot and Brandon Johnson failing the residents in the city of Chicago on a grand scale with an alternative narrative. And our friend, the citizen journalist reporter William Kelly, who's been on the network, finally got into that press conference yesterday and asked the mayor if he would relinquish the 150 Chicago police officers that protect him and his wife, the First Lady, in order to help what's happening in the city. And we know that a stand-down order was given by Chicago commanders through the mayor's office to not help ICE officers who were attacked in Broadview. It's such a failure of leadership. And again, our government exists in order to protect the general posterity, the well-being, the general welfare of this nation. It's in our Constitution. It's in our preamble that all of us had to memorize back in 5th grade. Some, sadly, in the Democrat Party have forgotten. Let's go to a quick commercial break here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stick with us. President Trump hosts an Antifa Roundtable to speak further on these domestic terrorists at 3 o'clock Eastern. We have all of the day's news, and we'll continue sharing that with you, the good American people, and those watching from abroad. I'm Robert McNeely. Don't change that dial. It's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network as President Trump hosts an Antifa roundtable at 3 o'clock Eastern. So we look forward to that as Portland has ignored everything happening in regards to the fake news and the violence taking place based off of Antifa, something they did in Seattle, Washington, dating back to that Summer of Love, the BLM riots, the George Floyd celebrations, if you remember that from a few short years ago. According to the White House, for years, an Antifa-led hellfire has turned Portland into a wasteland of firebombs, beatings, and brazen attacks on federal officers and property. Yet the fake news remains in shameful denial about the radical left's reign of terror. As we break that down, we do thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, covepure.com/RSBN. This is really your go-to reverse osmosis system. $200 off right now because remember Flint, Michigan, and the failure of Democrat leadership and a Republican governor, quite frankly, at the time, Rick Snyder, who was also resoundingly blamed for what took place in Flint with lead pipes that were older than most people's grandparents. And with that failed infrastructure still affecting various United States cities, what are you to do? Well, first of all, protect your family. And it's through morning prayer. It's also through what you ingest in your gut, especially delicious water in the morning to clean yourself as you get ready to take on the day. Fluoride and lead toxins to runoff from agricultural sciences, also hormone-disrupting blockers such as birth control can all be found in the lead water. In fact, the tap water that's consumed by students and children could lose 2 or more points of their IQ if drink on a regular basis, which we found that with JAMA Pediatrics doing an amazing study with their scientists and doctors. So protect what matters most. You and your family, drink pure, live pure. Scan the QR code there, covepure.com/RSBN. $200 off right now as Secretary Kennedy works to make America healthy again. He's devoted his life to this, making sure that the toxins are out of the water, in addition to fluoride and pesticides, among many others. Utah, Florida, other states joining him not only in legislation, but cooperation between federal and state governments to make America healthy again. Easy to use, the size of your coffee maker, so why not invest in that today? The Clearwave technology, the premier reverse osmosis system at covepure.com/RSBN. Thank you to angelpaste.com as well. The miracle that is the vitamin B original, non-GMO, no chemicals, also the orange option. Fantastic this time of year for vitamin C. Again, non-GMO, no chemicals. Angel Paste Miracle Cream, in addition to hundreds of products. They are based in Spring, Texas, Christian owned. They hire veterans and they love this country. We love them too. Experience the miracle at angelpaste.com. That is changing the whole scene, and you've seen me use that great product here at the network. I'm a big fan of it. Angelpaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history as we break down what Portland, Oregon has done to its city, allowing chaos to run rampant. And that's why President Trump has mobilized federal resources to safeguard lives and property. The White House is hosting today the fearless independent journalists who have long risked their own safety to shine a light on Portland's descent into chaos. 115 days of hell, as one resident spoke to that. It's like a war zone. There are times I've had to wear a gas mask inside of my home. Another person saying, a business owner in Portland, yesterday morning I was broken into for the 10th time. A Portland coffee shop owner saying we struggle every day, every week, and the crime and the drugs and the unsafeness comes with being here in our city right now. It's like our public leaders have abandoned safety for us. And residents of North Portland saying, I kind of support it 110% just because I would like to see them clean up the city north of Portland. So a lot of concerns right now as we welcome our dear friend here to the network, Mr. David Schroeder of Monetary Gold, to talk about the importance of looking to the leader in this business right now. Gold and silver crucial for those hot commodities. In fact, they've stood the test of time over 5,000 years in human history. And new stories today, David, that being reported, gold climbed over $4,000 and silver over just $49 per ounce in the past week. What's driving this historic gold and silver drive in the economy? Is it inflation or government spending or just the overall market?
Hey, Robert. Well, it's the whole enchilada. It's everything. It's, Ken Griffith, an American hedge fund manager, who's worth more than $40 billion himself, came out and said just the other day that that the dollar has depreciated by 10% just in the first half of this year alone. And that's the biggest decline in those 6 months that we've seen in 50 years for the value of the dollar. And the reason why, I think that precious metals are going through the roof is, one, the price of metal doesn't go up. The value of the dollar goes down, right? If we look at, what's happening with BRICS, BRICS wants to release their digital currency. A side note to that digital currency will be backed by gold. When America finally has its own digital currency, it will be backed by debt. Globally, the central banks are divesting themselves of U.S. treasuries, which used to be the bedrock of our credit system. It used to be the bedrock of most nations. And so now they have more gold than they do U.S. treasuries. That hasn't happened since 1996, and it hasn't happened prior to that. We've got still high inflation. We have prices at the store are just out of this world, right? I mean, everybody's talked about the price of eggs. Well, I've seen the price of eggs come down, but they're not where they were before Joe Biden came into office. We still have that. We've got pressures on the dollar from everywhere. So with inflation, with $37 trillion worth of debt, we're adding $1 trillion every 100 days. So it's not a surprise to me to see that, gold is over $4,000. And today, silver is at $49 per ounce. When we started this year, January 1st, gold was $2,624 an ounce. Silver was $28.96 an ounce. That is a gain of 65% for silver and nearly a 55% gain for gold just since January 1st. So that's kind of what's fueling the fire for making gold go through the roof.
Wow, it's extraordinary to think about. I mean, it's now October 8th, and to have that leap, that's remarkable since January.
Yeah.
It really is. So how does this surge compare to past gold surges dating back to 96 or even before with bull markets? And I think about the 1990s. I mean, we had a Democrat, Bill Clinton, and House Speaker Newt Gingrich, a Republican, as political rivals as they were, come together to at least have a surplus in the federal government. That sure has changed in roughly 25 years or so. Now, are we entering a new long-term uptrend for a bull market specifically with gold and silver?
I don't see anything changing from the way it is today. When President Trump was in office, his first term, gold was up 53%. It's already up 55% this term, and he's only been in office, 8 months? So the trend it's going to be a long-term trend. There's too much pressure on the dollar. The dollar is losing value, not just nationally, but worldwide. The debt, inflation, all of these other pressures, these things are going to cause the gold and silver to continue rising in price. And with the dollar losing its value the way it is, it makes sense that we're going to be in a long-term bull market. Until something changes and causes the dollar to start becoming valuable again, if we start, propping up the dollar, that will then make gold kind of recess. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. I see a very long trend of gold going up. And in fact, Market Watch published an article, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that investors are now saying, these are Wall Street investors that are saying they expect gold to go up to $7,000 before the end of President Trump's reign as president during this particular term. That's a huge gain.
Oh, that really is. It's remarkable. So by the end, January 2029, which is, I will shed a tear, I think a tear of joy, but also don't want to lose this great president to term limits. But we'll see if that will continue to be debated on the national level. Hopefully it's a great successor to come. I don't want to think about that too soon, but that's a remarkable number in roughly 3.5 years. So we have a situation as well with the current forecast for gold next year. Do you see the bulk of that really skyrocketing next year, or will it be kind of we've had this uptick in, let's say, 8 months, and then it kind of levels off for a bit, then another uptick, or how will that trend go into 2026?
So all of the economists, like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, all of these guys, plus the economists and other hedge fund managers, have all been forecasting that gold would go up to $4,000 within maybe the first 2 quarters of next year, 2026. We are at 4,000, I think, 87 today. So we've already beat those forecasts. And so now they're trying to figure out, okay, what is the new forecast going to be? So like I said, Market Watch has interviewed several Wall Street investors who now say, or they believe that gold is going to hit 7,000 before Trump's term ends. So that's a big forecast right there. I feel easily that we're probably by the midterm of next year, we'll probably easily be at 4,600, 4,700, per ounce. And I think silver will probably do the same thing. I think silver will probably get close to that $80, maybe $90 mark. It's exploding. Investors are going wild right now buying hedge. I mean, Ray Dalio, Ken Griffith, both are hedge fund managers who have always poo-pooed gold, right? Gold is no, we don't want anything to do with gold. Guess what? These guys now are coming out saying, we're buying gold. You should buy gold. It's time to get on that gravy train. And when I say gravy train, I literally mean the gravy train, because if you put some money into gold and silver now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, or when are you going to retire? Are you retiring 20 years from now? What is it going to look like then? So the forecasts, we've already beat the forecasts, but I think they're going to come out with some new forecasts, and I'm forecasting easily 4,500, 4,600 by midterm 2026.
And these big names, these big banks, they're buying gold, especially the central banks. They keep buying it up. Is that trend continuing to happen? And because of that, what does that tell us about the global economy as a whole?
It tells us that the global economy as a whole has a lot of debt. There are, I think, $397 trillion of global debt. When you take all of the nations together and all of their debt, that's a lot of debt. And, debt is one of those factors that causes gold to go up in price because the value of the currency comes down. And, a lot of people, they're ditching the dollar for gold. They're ditching U.S. treasuries for gold. Every central bank globally is divesting themselves, like I said earlier, of U.S. treasury bonds. That has been the bedrock for most nations for their credit system and for our credit system. I mean, look, in 1971, when President Nixon took us off the gold standard, we had approximately $380 billion in debt. That's how much debt the United States had. We then transferred from being a creditor nation to a debtor nation. So now we are a debtor nation, and look at our debt. In 50 years, we've accrued $37.5 trillion worth of debt. Who's going to pay that off in 1,000 lifetimes? And that doesn't include the interest. We're not mentioning what the interest is on $37 trillion of debt. All of that has to be paid back. Someone has to pay that back. Who?
Right.
My great grandchildren are still going to be paying that debt. On top of that, I've got two grandchildren right now, and I'm fearing what will the U.S. economy look like in 20 years when they become adults. What is the economy going to look like? Well, for sure, when I die, I'm saving for my children's children, for my children, but my children's children as well, and maybe their children. I want to leave a legacy behind for them. So depending on what the world looks like, they won't be crushed by all the debt. Because, if you've got gold, you can always trade it in for dollars at the current value, right? So there's that spending power right there that gold preserves. So if I give them, let's say, $1,000 of gold today, well, 20 years from now, that $1,000 of gold is probably going to be worth $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 worth of gold. The same purchasing power that it has today, it will have then.
Yes, staggering statistics, but something to prepare for to stay ahead on all of this. What should savers and investors and retirees do today and really soon so they can be safe at the end of this turmoil?
I would say diversify. Don't wait. If you wait too long. Today is the day to jump in. There are some people that try to catch the next wave or the next move or the next uptick in either precious metals or stocks or whatever. You really want to get in today. $4,000, it's still the ground floor. We don't know what $37 trillion is going to do to this nation 5 years from now. Janet Yellen and Joe Biden, they both wanted to bring the nation's debt level up to 50 trillion. They thought that we could handle that. Well, nations are looking at us now and they're saying, wait, they can't service that debt. We're going to lose. So they're divesting themselves of our U.S. treasuries. So I would say, if you are a saver, if you're a retiree, or even a pre-retiree, take some of what you've got and put it into gold and silver. Don't wait. There's an old Chinese proverb that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is right now. And that time is right now. I would say take 30%, maybe 40% that you're not using, that you don't have to live on. Take that and put some of that into a precious metal asset. Get out of paper assets. Because as you know, the stock market can crash literally as soon as it opens. And so when the stock market crashes, when the dollar begins to lose its value, paper assets lose their value. And look, there are some people who never recovered from 2008. More than 500 banks failed from that 2008 debacle. And that all happened under President Obama. And so, he didn't cause the 2008 debacle. That happened before him when he got into office. But those banks failed while he was in office. And so that's a lot of bank failures. That's a lot of banks that will fail. So I would say protect yourself, protect what you have. If you've only got $25,000 and you just started out saving, okay, take $15,000 and put it into a precious metal. Just let it sit and let it grow. Protect yourself, protect yourself, protect yourself. That's what I would say to them today.
Nothing like the present. I think that's why it's called the present, because it is a gift, but it's important to us to remain vigilant. David Schroeder of Monetary Gold, thank you for joining us again this week. And everyone can find the complimentary presidential gold guide as a gift to them at RSBNforthegold.com. Tell us what you can find in this complimentary guide, because no two sizes fit all. In fact, there might be different pairs of shoes for you, figuratively speaking, when it comes to either saving for a house or, like as you're saying, wanting to build that generational wealth for your family.
Right. So the guide basically kind of gives you an insight to what's occurring today in the markets, what's going on globally. And then it simply steps out for you all the things that you need to do. And it's like 3 steps. Take some money, allocate it, decide what you want to get, and then, purchase. It's really that easy. So the guide kind of gives you a quick overview of how you invest in precious metals, why you want to invest in precious metals. And like you said, no 2 pair of shoes fit the same person. Our game plan, my game plan is definitely different from your game plan. Ray Dalio's game plan is completely different than my game plan. Kenneth Griffin, these hedge fund managers, their game plans are completely different than most of us. They had the forethought to think in the future, okay, what is the world going to look like? We need to do the same thing. What is the world going to look like? And so the free guide just kind of gives you an explanation, what's happening and what you can do to protect yourself.
Well, I look forward to jumping in myself and diversifying because, again, no better time than the present. And the great viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network can find this monetary gold, RSBN, forthegold.com. David Schroeder, the spokesperson. Thank you, sir, for joining us once again and for sharing your insight. Always a joy to speak with you here at the live desk.
Nice talking to you, Robert. We'll see you again soon.
And moments from now, stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Some great interviews today to help you with a countless number of different things, whether it's inside of the Beltway, outside of the Beltway, or within your neck of the woods. So let us know what you thought about that. Feedback at rsbn.tv is the go-to, as we also think pdsdebt.com/rsbn. Speaking of wealth, break free from debt. I know that can really be cumbersome to a number of Americans, as David was mentioning, inflation, cost of things, and $37.5 trillion of debt. Well, that could lead to debt in your own bank account, whether it's credit cards to hospital stays. That can be crippling for many Americans. So get that free assessment with the Patriots over at pdsdebt.com/rsbn. Break free from debt today. Start saving immediately. No time like the present. No credit score required. See if you qualify in as little as 30 seconds. Secure, free quotes, custom options, pdsdebt.com/rsbn. Truly your go-to to solve the debt crisis, starting at the kitchen table. pdsdebt.com/rsbn. Thank you for sponsoring us here on the right side of history. In addition to that, crypto.com is coming out with a great new partnership between the Trump Media Group. And you might be familiar with their CRO strategy. They are behind the great minds behind Truth Social. In fact, let's be clear about cryptocurrency. It's no longer just out there in the stratosphere. It's right here to stay. And this latest move cements Trump Media Group's massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Group. That is Yorkville Acquisition Group and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to scoop up this $6.4 billion CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast and reliable low-fee DEFIs, staking rewards in this space in the crypto industry. It will be America's first CRO treasury, and the Trump Media Group CRO strategy is to provide this for you, the great American people, in a bull market. Crypto.com today. Join that right now to join this historic movement as cryptocurrency gains traction and momentum. Again, a $6.4 billion deal, the Yorkville Acquisition Group, Trump Media Company, and Crypto.com penning this deal, and that can help you immensely as you look to diversify wealth. As I was just speaking to David about that, so many ways to do that. Crypto.com today, just another option through the Trump Media Organization. The folks behind the brain power behind Truth Social. So crypto.com, an exciting thing to look at 2:47 Eastern. Stick with us in moments. President Trump live from the White House hosting an Antifa Roundtable. And we've seen their headquarters of Portland, Oregon burned to the ground, a repeat of what happened 5 years ago. It's just ridiculous to see. But President Trump will address that at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Stick with us here. We'll take a quick commercial break at Right Side Broadcasting's live desk. Don't change that dial. We'll be back with you on the other side.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first.
And some Republicans have refused pay during this government shutdown, including Dan Muser up in Pennsylvania in the Commonwealth, a great friend of the show, Senator Ted Cruz as well, refusing to get paid during this lockdown. But it's good to hear from the lips to our ears TSA agents who are dealing with this right now. And cut number 7, Mr. Producer, a local news agency, through rapid response, able to obtain this really heartbreaking audio from those TSA workers who definitely feel like pawns right now.
Parker says anything helps when you aren't getting a paycheck.
Federal employees are feeling like pawns right now in the middle of a game. Our congressional leaders are not going to go without pay. So why play around with everyone else's?
The union president tells me they are hoping for the best, especially because the holidays are typically the busiest time here at the airports, and because TSA workers are expecting those paychecks to buy gifts for their families during the holiday season.
Right there at Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, Georgia, the busiest airport in the entire world. And sad to see that people have to endure that, and in many cases, either single parents or those who need those paychecks to put dinner on the table. But the Democrats want to hold everyone hostage in the process, as they do in many of our major cities, tolerating Antifa, tolerating thugs, tolerating paid agitators who are disciples of Saul Alinsky and radicals who, like the Weather Underground, will take any means necessary in a Machiavellian way in order to get their point. So when they lie about, illegal aliens aren't being funded, when it's already being done in Oregon, Illinois, California, New York, and other sanctuary states, they'll do and say anything they can to divide this nation. That's been very clear from people like Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago and Governor J.B. Pritzker, who literally, to quote him, said in the press conference this week that Kristi Noem's thugs are wreaking havoc on Chicago. What an insane statement. And what elected official would even seek to want to create that division? It harkens back to times where the National Guard was used and federalized because you've had people in office who seem to be against the goodwill of the very own citizens that elected them and employed them on a daily basis. They seem to forget that. Just like here in the 1950s and 60s with Governor George Wallace, the Dixiecrat, who Republican President Dwight D. Eisenhower, the hero of World War II, a great military general, and then his successor, another naval aviator and quite the sailor himself, John F. Kennedy, also federalizing the Guard to allow students to come in post Brown versus the Board of Education, a decision decided in 1954. Whether it was the University of Alabama to the University of Mississippi, both presidents had to deal with the Dixiecrat South at the time. Now, in turn, in a few short years, when you look back on it, 75 years or so, the southeast region of the United States, the freest and fairest, arguably, in the entire country, with common sense Republican leadership. And it's something that, sadly, the Democrat Party has not changed much. They see people not as individuals, but of a collective of thought, as looking at them from the color of their skin, trying to create these race riots and these narratives that simply do not serve anyone. And anyone who is fair-minded and has a reasonable mind would agree to that, regardless of the party they affiliate with and who they more often vote for. And that's why it is truly we the people here versus a big government bloated group of Republicans and Democrats, now mostly Democrats, who have agreed to be with this unholy triumvirate of communism, globalism, and secular humanist thought, also Islamism, these radical ideologies that are trying to destabilize the United States of America. President Trump spoke on this, on defending sovereignty. It was the Trump MAGA 2.0 Peace Through Strength speech at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly when the escalator broke. It almost threw him and the First Lady, Melania Trump, to the ground. Fortunately, they're strong enough to stand through. They are anti-fragile. What does that mean? They simply grow stronger, look younger, and better the more that comes at them. And God knows, as Eric Trump has just written, what this family has gone through is nothing short of heinous. But with all the forces of evil going after the Trumps, they are definitely protected by the hand of God as we pray for them on a daily basis. And we should. We should pray for everyone who might disagree with us on a daily basis, because it's something that's important to do. And at the end of the day, you set yourself free in that ability to forgive and want truly the best for the other person, regardless of differences on philosophical, social, moral, or even religious backgrounds. So as we await President Trump to participate in an Antifa roundtable, we discover that the Democrats continue with this shutdown. They continue defending Antifa terrorists in the likes of Portland, Oregon, and other cities around the world, something that should stop. But we see here that other Democrats, they're still taking their paychecks. They're still getting paid, even though they're off of work. Congress must be a very nice gig. But we do know that cut number 2, Mr. Producer, in case you missed this, Jack Smith, you remember that name, the prosecutor who was working on behalf of the deep state, someone who was a real sleazebag, as President Trump has put it. Wow, Jack Smith and the Biden DOJ spied on Republican senators and at least one Republican congressman. This is really bad stuff, and they tried to take down the Republican Party and got caught. This was Operation Arctic Frost, led by the Otto Penn Department of Justice, also through the FBI and CIA, now being cleaned up by the likes of Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and also John Ratcliffe, doing outstanding jobs, and that being echoed throughout new media. As we thank allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, ivermectin and mebendazole cancer fighters, as $60 million of investments going into the free Sunshine State of Florida. So get 25% off of ivermectin and mebendazole. They've been on the market for over half a century, approved by the FDA. One has received a Nobel Peace Prize for its use against the parasites. We spoke to Michael Kunzler, the outstanding co-owner of All Family Pharmacy, earlier on in the broadcast, about how these essentials are now helping the fight in cancer research. Also, with code RSBN10, get 10% off of your entire order with RSBN10. Scan that QR code today, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, with 200 essential medications, including Tamiflu. This cold and flu COVID season has no chance against allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Stack up that medicine cabinet today. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And Monetary Gold. It's wealth, it's preservation, it's security. Grab your complimentary presidential gold guide today. Call today. Don't delay. It's 888-617-7994. Ask how you can eliminate those annual IRA fees permanently and for life. RSBN for the gold. You can get that done today and research it as you're enjoying this roundtable, or even if you're watching the Cubs and Brewers game later. God forbid. I hope they don't get eliminated, but you know, I'm a big Cubs fan. They're not playing so well, so I might have to go look at some Monetary Gold myself. A smart move, truly the best in the business in this day and age. And we had the exclusive interview just moments ago with David Schroeder, the spokesperson of Monetary Gold. So feel free to scrub back after the roundtable and see how you can diversify with gold and silver standing the test of time. In 5,000 years of human history, only going up right now. It's skyrocketed in value since President Trump took the oath of office on January 20th. Again, 888-617-7994, rsbnforthegold.com. As we approach the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast and high noon on the Golden West Coast. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. It's always a pleasure to be with you on the live desk, and the leading live desk, in fact, here in America for all of your go-to news and unbridled access to your 45th and 47th President of the United States, your 50th Vice President of the United States. And although Congress is shut down because of the Schumer Democrats and the radical Marxist wing of AOC and all of her nonsense, gosh, her homemade videos are rather disturbing at this point. She can throw on that hoodie and act like she's just kicking back with a cup of joe in the evening, and then it turns into a hateful rant. And that's what we see in the legacy media sometimes, and sadly from far left radical Marxist Democrat representatives who really cannot find any messaging. They're throwing spaghetti on the wall. It does not work in this golden era. As President Trump having an Oval Office video recap of cut number 5, Mr. Producer, speaking with the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney just yesterday on potential new deals between our two nations, and President Trump handled it in classic Donald Trump fashion.
We're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen.
And President Trump resharing on Truth Social not only the releasing of the hostages, the continued dialogue in Egypt with the Middle East envoy from the United States, representatives from Israel, as well as those who are representing Hamas at this time. Many Arab and moderate Muslim countries coming together, including Turkey, the UAE, Egypt, to Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, also Qatar, among countless others who are now calling for peace in the Middle East, and most countries, including Canada, actually coming together with the UK and France to endorse the deal made roughly 9 days ago, proposed by President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A big race happening yesterday. Congrats to Matt Van Epps, cut number 3, Mr. Producer. We have a new winner in the congressional races in the 7th District of Tennessee. That was just yesterday, going on to the general election later on this year. President Trump congratulating Mr. Van Epps on that success. As cut number 4 is Dick Blumenthal, a new nickname for Richard Blumenthal, really a strange individual from Connecticut. The sanctimonious Richard Donning Dick Blumenthal, as President Trump putting it, perhaps the biggest joke in the United States Senate, is at it again. Dick lied until the midpoint of his political career, connecting every everyone, in particular the fake news media, that he was a great war hero who lived on the precipice of death in the jungles of Vietnam. He would talk about his life in the military in almost every single speech, in particular, the death-defying dangers he faced in his many years fight for freedom while in the jungles of Vietnam. He stated that the battles were violent and long, but there was no going back. And then it happened. Blumenthal was found out to be a fraud, like so many other Democrats. Now, the soldiers in his so-called platoon came forward and said that they had no idea who this guy was. He was revealed, broke down, and admitted, tears flowing from his eyes, that he lied, a whopper, one that lasted 20 years. This guy shouldn't even be in the United States Senate, and he should be investigated, and justice should be sought. Now, right now, there's a congressman sitting in prison for lying about his past during a campaign. Well, those lies were nothing compared to those of Richard Da Nang Dick Blumenthal, perhaps the greatest phony in the history of the United States Senate. He should be allowed to speak no longer. President Trump does not mince words as he continues to seek to make America great again. And it's good to have a leader who will speak truth to power. And sadly, this party of Democrats, they don't want you to know the truth. In fact, they're spinning it with this Tylenol warning, cut number 1, Mr. Producer, from last month, President Trump sharing it once again, bringing it to the top of his Truth Social, that pregnant women don't use Tylenol unless absolutely necessary. Don't give Tylenol to your young child for virtually any reason. Break up the MMR shot in 3 totally separate shots, not mixed. Take the chickenpox shot separately. Take the hepatitis B shot at 12 years or older. And importantly, take the vaccine in 5 separate medical visits. President DJT. And this is all coming out from the research at Health and Human Services. And it's not politically motivated. It's for the future history of this country. As we've seen autism rates skyrocket, we've seen vaccine injuries. It's just been fact that has happened. It's not some dog whistle. It's not something that is particularly bizarre or egregious. Yours truly had suffered from a firing due to not receiving for medical conditions a specific inoculation. What happened to bodily autonomy for the Democrats? I guess it only works when it's involving 2 lives and the brutal, violent sacrifice in the form of abortion. We've seen they're obsessed with that practice up until the due date. It's rather disgusting, and it's far from anything that even Bill Clinton proposed when he was president of the United States. And it's this tolerance, as they put it, that have led to things like Antifa. And President Trump will participate soon in that Antifa roundtable moments from now. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we thank mypillow.com/RSBN. The 6-piece towel set back in stock. It usually goes for $70, 70, now below $40 at $39.98. Very limited quantity right now. mypillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Don't delay. It's 800-836-7566. Support Mr. Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network by shopping now. Today, mypillow.com/RSBN. You know, there's over 2,000 products that are on that website, and I've used many. I have the slippers. I have the coffee. I really enjoy the coffee. There's also the original MyPillow 1.0, which helped get my sleep back in order. Some great sheets, the Giza Dream Sheets, everything made right here in America. So products from around the world, but all those manufacturing facilities right here. And let me tell you, throughout my career working with Mike Lindell and his great staff, they are good people, and they always make you feel at home as they operate their entire outlet out of the great state of Minnesota. And who knows it? He might be the next governor of Minnesota. We'll see what happens there, as we are grateful for you, the viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You may text RSBN to 801-801 for donations. We humbly ask for that. As the new media, we are taking on the legacy items that have endless funnels of cash coming from interest that might seek to be anti-American at times, and it's sad that they are, because we are pro-America. We are the most fun live desk you can imagine, bringing you this unbridled access to the government you put into place last year on November 5th. There's also an address if you can send a check or money order the old school way. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6. That's Box 344. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. The loveliest village on the plains. It's Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Thank you for your support on the right side of history as we await President Trump to host this roundtable at the White House today. Thanks for sticking with us as we're breaking down all of the news, all of the action. James Comey, the disgraced FBI director, pleading not guilty, being arraigned today on those charges. As we know, Jack Smith, the corrupt prosecutor, spying on Americans with Operation Arctic Frost. In fact, United States senators like Lindsey Graham to Marsha Blackburn, as well as congressmen who were in the crosshairs of their investigation. But we know that the investigators have become the investigated, and that you do not have the ability to be above the law in this country. Everyone equal under the law and equal under God. So we will watch those stories as they continue to develop under this ridiculous government shutdown that has taken place over the course of the last week. In fact, going back to some of the cuts from yesterday, Mr. Producer, we have a situation where the Democrats clearly want illegal alien health care. And number 7 from yesterday, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, describing under a minute why these Democrats want this shutdown. It's for illegal aliens, and it's for the health care provided to them, like you see in Oregon, Illinois, California, New York, other sanctuary states, that was allegedly illegal under the Obamacare agreement and prior to that. But these Democrats care more about illegal aliens than they do about you, the American citizen.
The Democrats' current position is that the only way the American government can reopen is if illegal aliens can get free health care.
And the Democrats claim that there was no meeting with President Trump back roughly 9 or 10 days ago, that Monday of last week, when Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries was searching for something he lost. Same with the Palestinian senator, also from New York City, Chuck Schumer. He lost something as well. So he's looking outside of the West Wing, outside of that door, after meeting with President Trump and Vice President Vance in the Oval Office. They also said that there's no phone calls from the president, although we know that's been happening as well. Just what were they looking for outside of the doors to the West Wing?
You went to swing whenever me, and then don't went away. Well, I can't went away. Went and send the main away. And up and send and went away. Up and leave my way. Went from me. Went from me. Went from me. Went from me. I'm from me.
Now, as the search continues for common sense, it seemed to have led them to a long-lost island, and they might, just might, have found love in all of this.
Alexander, I know we had an instant attraction, but I'm starting to think that we just don't have enough in common for you to be the one. And Ronnie, I feel like you're just here for the zip line.
What?
All you do all day is go on the zip line.
Well, that's what I believe. I just really want to be here. I love you.
Unfortunately, Ronnie,
you said this would happen.
Our summer fling is over. You should pack your things and go.
You hate to see that happen, but as the Palestinian senator traveled from Gilligan's Island back to the mainland of the United States of America, he was met with the grandest of embargoes to celebrate the United States Navy's 250th birthday, which is upcoming on October 13th, also coinciding with Christopher Columbus Day next Monday, as President Trump celebrated, in case you missed it, our Sunday special coverage of God blessing the United States Navy, 250 years young at Naval Station Norfolk.
The U.S. Navy has always been the iron will of a proud and mighty nation, pushing forward through the currents and through the spray of raging combat and the fog of naval war. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the U.S. Navy is a tale of loyalty, sacrifice, and commitment stretching back 250 years. The Navy has never failed to hunt, kill, and to win. Through it all, the United States Navy has kept the stars and stripes soaring high and proud above. You've conquered raging oceans and braved ferocious storms to vanquish America's enemies. America's Navy never, ever gives up the ship. We own the skies, we stalk the depths, and we rule the seas. God bless the United States Navy.
Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the go-to online pharmacy that is all about right to try, that's all about favored nation status. And right now, with $60 million being invested in cancer research in the free Sunshine State of Florida, no better time than to order ivermectin and mebendazole, things that have been on the market for over 50 years, approved by the FDA long ago, one winning, in fact, ivermectin receiving that Nobel Peace Prize for its parasite removal qualities, now has the belief that it can assist with serious cancer. So grab 25% off right now, ivermectin and mebendazole. Also use code RSBN10. We've been running that for some weeks now. RSBN10. Scan that QR code today. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Truly your go-to. No red tape, no bureaucracy, no nonsense. Just doctors and pharmacists, nurses who are patriots like you and want you to have those life-saving essential medications. Over 200, in fact, on the books for you. With emergency medical kits and Tamiflu in this cold and flu season. COVID does not stand a chance with its new form this fall flu season, while you have Tamiflu and other life-saving medications in your medicine cabinet. Easy to travel with as well. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. 25% off ivermectin and mebendazole, and code RSBN10 going right now. Also NAD Plus and Methylene Blue, medicines that are on the forefront to take care of you and yours. Also, monetary gold for the win. RSBN for the gold.com. In fact, grab that complimentary presidential gold guide, wealth, security, preservation of your retirement, your pensions, everything you've worked hard for. So call immediately. Do not delay. Call today. Ask how you can eliminate the IRA fees permanently and for life. 888-617-7994 as we look towards banks failing. It's happened. It's a scary thought. 500 approximately under Barack Hussein Obama, and 2 alone have failed this year. Robert Kiyosaki speaking on this topic, someone who knows a thing or two about wealth, money, savings, and gold and silver, the hot commodities that have stood the test of 5,000 years of human history. He knows a thing or two, being the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So heed the warning. Grab that complimentary presidential gold guide today and see where your options lie best, whether it's to buy that first home or to create generational wealth for your kids and grandkids. RSBN4thegold.com. Complimentary, no obligation, presidential gold guide. Something to look over this week and make some decisions before the holiday season. RSBN4thegold.com. Thank you to Monetary Gold for your support of the right side of history. As we have live shots there, it's really kind of a cloud-covered day in the nation's capital. Somewhat of that same weather happening right here in Auburn, Alabama. Started off sunny and now some cloud coverage, but that sun trying to peek out once again. As we await President Trump and the Antifa Roundtable to discuss these maniacs that are in Portland, Oregon, Chicago, Illinois, amongst other big cities in America, let's take a quick commercial break for sponsors. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network at 3:20 Eastern, 12:20 on the West Coast. As President Trump participates in an Antifa roundtable, when that becomes available, we'll bring that right to you here at the network. Something important to dive into, as I'm saving it roughly for tomorrow on the Voice of Reason, but worth bringing up today as well. That 7 other times, as you see on the news breaking today, 6,200 murders in Chicago during the last decade, and both Republicans and Democrats have ignored the problem for far too long. And you'll hear people who are claiming to be of the neoliberal and neocon ideologies, who are pure ideologues, who would rather speak on platitudes in college classrooms than actually lead and decide how to keep Americans safe. But there have been 7 times when presidents have activated United States troops on American soil. From desegregation at Little Rock to Martin Luther King's march from Selma to Montgomery, United States presidents have authorized federal troops and nationalized the Guard in the past. So, according to History.com, this happened in the Civil War. And through the Militia Acts of 1792, Presidents Lincoln and Washington really related to deploying the militias, which ended up becoming named the National Guard, during things like the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania, and again in 1861 when Abraham Lincoln was between a rock and a hard place. And there's history that gives us this idea to look back into and study what actually did happen, but Lincoln did federalize the state militias of the Union in order to muster up a combined force of 75,000 men. Also, the desegregation of Southern schools. Many of you probably remember that, some of the viewers here at the network, in 1954, the landmark decision, Brown versus the Board of Education. And this was to integrate Southern schools, known as the Little Rock Nine, in Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957. President Dwight D. Eisenhower having to deal with the Dixiecrat South and those who would attempt to turn their local law enforcement against the residents of these fine states, Arkansas, Mississippi, even into Alabama. We know the Little Rock Nine story, and frustrated with the state and local response, President Dwight D. Eisenhower deployed 1,200 Army troops to Little Rock, Arkansas, and put them in charge of 10,000 Arkansas National Guardsmen already on duty. So to get them to safely into class on September 25th of 1957. This was not the last time this happened in the Dixiecrat South. In 1962, President Kennedy activating the Mississippi National Guard in order to enforce integration at the University of Mississippi. And also 1 year later, deploying that to Alabama, the National Guard, so those students could get peacefully into the University of Alabama, where they say legends are made. There is a sad history with the Dixiecrat South, the Jim Crow South, which even after 100 years of the Emancipation Proclamation brought to you on January 1st of 1863 by the President of the United States, then Abraham Lincoln, to free the slaves, or in turn give an option to those indentured servants that post the war, what would exactly happen? Either return to the Caribbean, to the origin of where they came from in Africa, where tribes betrayed them and sold them off to the West, something that has been a scourge in civilization that is not unique to the United States of America. In fact, throughout the Muslim world in 500 plus years ago, seeing that even in modern world today, with human trafficking and sex slavery being the modern version of these evils, which should always be atrocities spoken out against, regardless of the heritage and background of peoples. And we saw that especially with trades in Sicily and on the islands dating back generations of what Islamic power centers would do. And it took brave civilizations like the United Kingdom, Amazing Grace, that song that we sing in church, that beautiful hymn of an individual who was a slave trader, who saw the light, who converted, had a conversion arguably like Paul did, to say, I was blind, but now I see. It's in the lyrics, who helped bring about ending slavery in Great Britain and the United Kingdom as a whole. And same here in America. We went to war in a major part, a major reason to stop that slave trade, ultimately to keep the United States together. But in turn, it did become an effort to bring about true freedom across the entire country. And now, ironically, the Southeast United States, those former Democrat states now under Republican leadership, the fairest, freest, most prosperous place to be in the entire country. Of course, that's an arguable statement, but there's a reason I live down here among many other people who have left places like Chicago, Illinois, that continue to be hellholes because certain leaders do not do their job, and they force local law enforcement either to stand down and not assist DHS and ICE as they're being attacked by organized gangs and foreign terrorist organizations in Broadview, Illinois, west of the city of Chicago. I mean, it's egregious. Just as egregious as it was when George Wallace forced those local units to attack residents and citizens of the United States of America. I see no difference in it, but if you do, please feel free, if you wish to opine, feedback at rsbn.tv. As a third example, Martin Luther King's march from Selma to Montgomery, what became known as Bloody Sunday. I never had the opportunity to meet him, but the late Congressman John Lewis was right there marching as a young activist with Martin Luther King. He had his head bludgeoned in, almost dying that day. And although someone I mostly disagreed with politically speaking on different issues, he was a far-left liberal, but someone I would stand solidarity with if I was around at that time, marching onto that bridge as local forces, who were really the attack teams of then Governor Wallace, almost killed this man and harmed and maimed countless others as a result of them fighting for civil rights. Someone who could not drive as he served as a congressman anymore because of the egregious migraines and headaches resulting in those brain injuries. Someone who should be always honored and revered. And Walking with the Wind, a great autobiography of the late congressman from the 5th District of Georgia, Atlanta, calling him a hero at his hometown there, of course, Atlanta, Georgia. Something worth reading. Number 4, the Detroit Uprising of 1967. Across the United States, frustrations over systemic racism still taking place, boiling over into the long, hot summer of 1967, where violence and chaos erupted on the streets of Detroit and throughout the country. And on July 24th of 1967, President Johnson federalized 8,000 Michigan National Guard troops in Detroit and authorized an additional 5,000 federal troops to quell the riots. It's a pillaging happening across the country in that situation. Riots following the assassination of Martin Luther King on April 4th of 1968, again adding to that long, hot summer of the late 60s. Many of you were probably around to witness all of that. And again, does history repeat itself? I would rather say, as someone who is well-read in history, and I enjoy American history. I enjoy world history and try to learn more on a daily basis. I would say more that history rhymes itself. What we saw with the George Floyd riots of 2020 and the BLM so-called protests and the mostly peaceful, you heard that narrative from mainstream or legacy outlets, when behind them places like Wisconsin, just south of Milwaukee, and in Kenosha, literally on fire as a result of the riots that were taking place from that very questionable action. But hundreds of American cities, including Baltimore, Maryland, Cincinnati, Ohio, the federal city of Washington, D.C., Wilmington, Delaware, as well, Johnson activating 1,750 national troops in the nation's capital, in addition to 12,000 federal troops. In fact, in Delaware, Governor Charles Terry refused to pull the National Guard out of Wilmington once the initial rioting was over with. Instead, armed guardsmen patrolled the black neighborhoods of Wilmington for 9 months, the longest military occupation of an American city in history. The Cuban refugee crisis of 1980 being another one, when on May 1st of 1980, a fed-up Castro declared that the door was open to these refugees. And in turn, President Carter famously welcomed Cuban exiles with open arms, expecting maybe 5,000 arrivals over the next 5 months. However, more than 125,000 Cuban refugees fled to the United States as part of the historic Mariel boat lift. And Fidel Castro cheering it on because his communist policies had failed the once great island. Now, the U.S. Coast Guard, accustomed to policing boat traffic from Cuba, switched to a search and rescue role of more than 5,000 boats ferrying Cuban refugees to Florida. And in addition to active duty sailors, more than 1,700 members of the U.S. Coast Guard were activated for a massive rescue and resettlement operation. So another arguable failure of the Carter administration, but that's something that it's whenever you're a student, or if you are a student watching and you find your professor at school saying that America is a bad place, you can differ with them based on history. Let's go to President Trump participating in the Antifa Roundtable at the White House.
Thank you very much. I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people, on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. but it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have all of the Muslim countries are included. All of the Arab countries are included. Very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas. And it seems to be going well. So we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group ANTIFA that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a radical left terrorist in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey, fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful, beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper, with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous journalists have personally been victims of Antifa attacks. Andy No has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. They've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do, is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape, and you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
Yeah, I really appreciated that. It helped a lot because it was a difficult situation. It was very stressful. And your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart and the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But she did it from the heart, and she did an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried, and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. And they ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, you know? What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming, because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find, Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people, and they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all, and they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, They attack courthouses. They attack police stations. They dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw what happened in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism. It's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities. Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going nonstop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And, sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter. It will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole-of-government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole-of-government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job. Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So, look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride-along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years. And apparently under the Biden regime, that was just allowed to happen. That was fine. No problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah. I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have 2 of them from the same guy.
Well, you also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible night made you famous.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon, and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're going to hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads. They're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now, it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to that, and it's Antifa and many others,
Yes.
unfortunately. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to. But I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others. But very specifically today, it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude, and a little bit about my background. I'm born in Portland, Oregon, from there. And growing up, it's all been left-wing, very progressive. And I liked it. It had cafes and artists and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor at the student paper there, a very progressive paper. And I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland. And it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This is 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism. And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists. And I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland, and then I was ambushed in a mob beating. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in. And the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears, and then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding in the brain. I nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it, because they branded me far right, and some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020, Portland was really the epicenter of the longest political violence. Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described ANTIFA member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with U.S. Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that enough time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and beaten, nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burst. So one of the symptoms were my eyes were completely red after that, and I was hospitalized. So thank you so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still to this day told that they don't exist, that it's a figment of our imagination. I think the DOJ could look at federal conspiracy charges. The state of California and San Diego County last year broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa, its international arm, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end, you felt?
Yeah, that was my only near-death experience in my life, and I'm quite shaken when I think about it now. It really feels unbelievable to me that on the streets of America that this type of violence against citizens could become so routine and accepted and cheered on by people. Although, you know, in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland, and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and, I mean, just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place. And it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like the movies you see for the kids, I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be there. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot, and then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. I mean, he got up, he's got a 5% approval rating, and the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard and military. Send in anybody you want, stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that, 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of time murdered, actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered, and hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend where they had like 18 murdered and 71 shot. But they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so that was okay. And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. Guy's a loser. But you know what? They actually, I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments, celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows. But most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad. And Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody reported there. She is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, you know, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's, Cash, I hear it's been amazing what's happening there just very early. But you take a look at D.C. and you take a look at some of the other. We've had a big impact. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that, and very, very strongly doing that, because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C., and it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why they're such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it when you have large swaths of these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform? They don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership. They don't have a national headquarters. So how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? Well, law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC. They don't have official membership cards. They don't have a business address. But law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an ideology because there's people alive, present, that believe in it, and they're acting on it. And so I've been very well aware of what Antifa's been doing. I was very busy during the riots in 2020. That was probably my most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview. I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well. And probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is, in addition to Antifa being present, they were tagging the streets with CJNG, which is Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which is a cartel. So you have these people who are working basically in concert with other terrorist groups to say that we're here, we're present, and we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose what we do. And so, to be clear, political violence, sustained political violence that we're seeing in this country is not a both sides issue. I was, I was at Charlie Kirk's memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people. And it's not even just Antifa anymore. The shooting that happened the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area, that wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere and ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually, it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office and to fix the problem, but it's no longer just a border issue. It's a nationwide issue, and that's one of the reasons why you got elected back into office, because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with it anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing, because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration, illegal immigration, is so widespread, riots can happen anywhere. Attacks can happen anywhere. So that's why it was weird kind of going back to my home state to cover this violence. I mean, just after the Dallas shooting, they were chanting outside Broadview, shoot ICE, shoot those, efforts, shoot those efforts. So I'll just leave that. Thank you so much again for having this. This is very dangerous. We don't work for companies that have billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own. We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we would see each other all the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there, because like I said, we're just out there. And but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic. It's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys, because 2 years ago, back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is. Now, Mr. President, it wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said that it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who is in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of, the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. We have Americans begging for the National Guard. And to the media over here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs. I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I can see.
I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored for so long. For almost 10 years, we've been getting assaulted on the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. Impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc., and we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella funding network, the Tides funding network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number one, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, et cetera. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call rioting. So, again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bussed to the protest in D.C. and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in D.C. and in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. The reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's so crazy,
much.
right, Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Cam.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, man, that's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them, so I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Who would you say? Which network would you say?
MSNBC, for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. They're
CNN, probably close, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way, yeah. MSNBC, that's Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah, second.
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not really a news site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick. They're sick.
Well, sir, it's
who
also
else?
just the stories that they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting.
Who is
on
that?
MSNBC, for example, they're
Would you rate them the worst?
probably.
Who would you rate second?
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be in the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents, and, I'm a citizen, so, I feel fine. But it's just, that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
It's working in conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC, but they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa targets us.
Well, I watched a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer, and they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. No, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you. But there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world. But it's terrible. We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in D.C. in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far-left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far-left activists. And finally, I just wanted to say that all of our resources at Turning Point USA and Discovery Institute are at your disposal. And we will continue, again, to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC, the cameras went off. 2 of the cameras immediately went off, but they're not going to cover it anyway. The problem we have is that this is a very important meeting, but you'll see very little press about it. These are major statements being made by major people, including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it. They don't like to cover this kind of thing. So it's very dishonest what's going on there. I think the press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You did mention MSDNC, CNN, a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, various things, but especially what ICE, the brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so, this is a group that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020 when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property and communities all over the country. We're talking about thousands of officer injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage and a lot of people that have, unfortunately died and basically suppressing people's voices, And so what I did want to talk about is to get this footage, almost every single person in the room here, to get this footage, you have to go undercover because you are at risk of being beaten or worse. You have to go undercover. You have to film low-key to capture them committing crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I have personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying it's just an idea, right? That's all this is. So it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront, and it's definitely making a big change. Really appreciate you.
One question. So why is it there are numerous groups? I mean, Antifa is terrible, but you have other groups that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa? It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa. Please.
There's a lot of overlap. And I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists of America who are out there in black bloc, hiding their faces. And so I think we use, and I do understand, for the record, I do understand the challenge, as Andy pointed out, with Antifa as a graspable entity. I do. But at the end of the day, when you look at behavior, you prosecute behavior, right? We're not prosecuting ideas or ideology, you're prosecuting behavior. So whether you can prove that this amorphous thing is Antifa or someone has a patch that says Antifa, it doesn't matter. You know, did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? And so they're always using that, oh, well, they don't call themselves Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, "There's no police here. This is Antifa land." And then at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, oh, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You know, President Trump, I just wanted to add this real quick because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, you know, they call Maryland Dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's what's causing all these problems.
So when you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble. Chicago's there, you know, potentially great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great again. That's why we have to get there soon, because eventually you can't do that. What makes a man like that say that things are wonderful? Why doesn't he say, we love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that? Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. To spite the administration. That's simply what it's about at this point. Because, you know, if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to this facility. There are veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're here all night long, screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying because they, you know, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They can't. I mean, they got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals, and that's one of the major problems here. And these people are afraid to come out and speak out. And they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, they're afraid, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like you're foolish, like there's something wrong. How could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet the night before you see that, you know, 11 people were shot, 5 people died, and you have him talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine. You know, look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice. Well, she was saying that,
and there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason they cropped it in.
Explosions in the background.
Sir,
anybody have anything else to say over here? And then we'll get, should we be taking questions, or is it just a waste of time? Because they can ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time, because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. my clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked. And a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
Poor CNN. It's so pathetic.
It is very pathetic.
You ever see their anchors in the evening? Nobody ever heard of them. Where do these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. that do a better job.
Yeah, and it's not
amazing.
hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, you know. It's just one of those things, right? Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah,
Are
thank
you
you very
finished,
much.
Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now, and I'm very grateful that my network, Real American Voice, has partnered up with many of you. Jack is so big. You have a show on a network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well, so thank you for being here. My question is this. In terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a No Kings, basically an anti-Trump rally, can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you, what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a No Kings anti-Trump rally coming up?
Why don't you just tell me? I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. You know, the best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You know, you take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative, then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually won in more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections. You know, if you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media. You need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Blue Tent had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here. So thank you for removing.
I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was it's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd?
Mr. President.
That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck.
Actually,
Who are you?
I am with
What network?
I'm with Al Arabiya. It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. But I am the foreign ruler today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East on Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things are on the ground?
I would. I might do that. I may do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying that's the first topic. I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, sir.
That's too bad.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen the law, and when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, "Everybody, move back, get out." And they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense. Do you want to comment on that, Christie?
Yes, sir, we're seeing that kind of pattern happen with local law enforcement and state law enforcement, not just in Illinois, but also out in Oregon, too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by the rioters that were saying, kill ICE agents, Molotov cocktails, melt ICE, that the Portland police were cheering them on and had their fists in the air cheering on the rioters that were threatening their lives. So in Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down. And those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted, in my opinion.
Mr. President.
Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And by the way, we have Marco Rubio. Marco, come on up here, please. He's going to bring a little stability to this group. Come on up. Does everybody know Marco Rubio? Is there anybody that doesn't? Some of the reporters don't. That's why they shouldn't be reporters.
Which job is he here for today,
Come
sir?
on up here, Marco. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what we're hoping to talk to you about here, Mr. President.
He's doing a good job. He was born for this job, I can tell you. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I have two questions for you, if that's okay. Seamus talked a little bit about the money aspect of this. Do you believe if you go after where the money is coming from with Antifa, in regards to Antifa, do you believe that would be similar to cutting the head off the snake, so to speak? And
It would help. I don't know that it would be totally complete, but it would certainly, you'd knock out 75%, 80%, 85%. These people, a lot of them don't believe it. You know, when I watch them, I say, I can almost tell a pro by, they're like professionals. That's all they do. And they get paid by somebody. I think it would knock out a lot of it. Yeah, not all of it maybe, but a lot of it.
And then a follow-up to that is a lot of the people who we've listened to over the last hour, they've emphasized that Antifa, it's not necessarily this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's deorganized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly. But these are sick people. Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments, to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving. Yeah, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly. So I will take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have two questions for you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, it's suspending who?
Habeas corpus. So.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christie. What do you think?
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
All right, go ahead.
In the ceasefire
This is CNN speaking, by the way. So,
are you personally
this is one of the worst reporters that you'll ever see. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
How will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that. But some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
What will the administration do to foreign Antifa organizers and funders who are located overseas?
Go ahead. In the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many world
By many countries. That's
many
right.
countries, as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me. You know, perhaps they will.
President Trump, participating in the ceasefire negotiations.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of health care subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
All I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to. Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger. Even if it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they're going to have a very good knowledge. And I really ask these very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out. Okay? If you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today, tomorrow? And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter, pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah, please.
Participating in these negotiations.
Go ahead. Who are you with? Who are you with?
The Center Square. I had the honor of asking you originally if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think it would help?
They have foreign links
I'd be glad
all
to
across
do it.
Western
I think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done. Okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Yes, President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
President Trump, are you planning on formally participating in this?
On the shutdown, we are now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service members?
Yeah, that probably will happen. We don't have to worry about it yet. That's a long time. You know what 1 week is for me? An eternity. 1 week for me is a long time. We'll take care of it. Our military is always going to be taken care of. Yeah, please. Blue dress. Blue.
President, Rebecca with Blaze News. I'm curious to know, so you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink, this infamous left-wing organization. I'm curious to know the administration.
Who is that? Who is that?
Roy Singham. He's married to.
No, did you say they're here?
No, he's not. A journalist brought him up, but
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jameis, thank you.
Good bring up.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
He's somebody who's been reported on extensively, and I'd love to know what the administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names. You mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you. So I'd like you to look at it, Pam. In the back, please.
Proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th, dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something that you would want the new J6 committee at Congress to look into?
Well, I've heard that. They dress up like, they're fresh out of MAGA, but they have nothing to do with MAGA. And they make trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know some of that and we will be acting on some of that. We've seen it. So I think You could stay a little longer, but you know the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN. I think they're very dishonest, unbelievably, like a waste of time even talking to them. But I have to go now to try and solve some problems in the Middle East, although I'm very well represented by our Secretary of State. He could probably do an even better job than me. But who knows? We don't want to take any chances. So we're going to go and do that. If you'd like, Pam, would you like to stay for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes while we have all these great people? And I'll let Pam and Christy take over and get some good points out. I just want to thank the people around the table in particular. You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots. And at some point, we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with some very important medals and honors, okay, as we have done and will be doing with Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is our highest award outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I think they're sort of even. One's civilian and one's military. But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is military also because of what we have to go through on the streets of this country. I can only tell you this. We have a great nation. We have a nation that's right now the hottest in the entire world. We're the hottest nation in the world, despite all of the things we've been saying today. But that's going to make your job easier because nobody's doing better than we are financially. We've never done better. We've had, I think, 58 stock market increases since I've been top, meaning record increases. We have never seen anything like it, and we're going to keep it going. That makes it a little bit easier for what we're doing. I guess maybe it also makes some people crazy because they don't want to see us do well. But we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and we were a dead nation 1 year ago. I say it all the time. We were a dead nation. Now we're the hottest nation in the world, and that's said to by every leader. One of the reasons that we have every country already signed up or just about to sign, every country in the world on this whole mess we have going over with Hamas and the Middle East and all of the things you see, is they respect our nation. A year ago, you wouldn't have been able to get it. You certainly couldn't have gotten it with Biden. You didn't know where the hell he was. But a year ago, you wouldn't have been able to have a situation like this. So I just want to thank the people around this table and certainly the officials around the table because they've been incredible. They've been brave. And I watched yesterday, Pam, and I watched a little bit. I thought it was so good. I rounded up and I watched it late in the evening because I thought you were fantastic yesterday. You really, look, you had some wonderful senators, some great politicians asking you very fair questions, and you had some real slime balls. But I thought you were amazing, so thank you very much. And Christy, thanks for the great job. Cash, thanks for the great job. Always my man back down there. He's the silent type, but he's a hell of a lawyer. Thank you all. We're going to get peace in the Middle East. That's what we want to do. Thank you very much, everybody.
What specifically makes you so hopeful, Mr. President?
Mr. President, what's left to do on an excellent roundtable on Antifa, the threat that could be international. And looking into that status now, they already are designated as domestic terrorists, but this is a president who actually listens to real journalists and the American people and the threats that they're facing with lawlessness in the large cities. So if there is one stream to share with your friends who are simply keeping their heads in the sand or not paying attention to what's happening surrounding the world and this country, this is the one to share because this Antifa threat, clearly one of the worst that is out there on a beautiful evening in our nation's capital. And some breaking news as well. President Trump might be able to solve peace in the Middle East, as you heard right there, leaving with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, among other cabinet members, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, Kash Patel staying back as well to answer some questions with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN for all of the Towel sets back in stock, 6 pieces. It is regularly $70, now going for $44.00, a very limited quantity. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Do not delay. 800-836-7566. Support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network. Shop now at MyPillow.com/RSBN. A smart thing to do, the purveyor of free speech and fighter for election integrity. Maybe the next governor of Minnesota. Thank you to Mike Lindell for over 2,000 great products. MyPillow.com/RSBN. If you like what you see here as your go-to live desk at Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBNetwork.com/donate. Also text RSBN to 801-801. There's a hard address as well for check and money order, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. The loveliest village on the plains, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate or text RSBN to 801-801 for unbridled access to your go-to live desk and the President, Vice President, and Congress of these United States. At 5:07 Eastern, it's 2:07 on the West Coast. A big day of news and perhaps peace in the Middle East. We'll watch that story very closely as that is being discussed right now, as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, passed the note over to the president while discussing the Antifa threat with journalists who have suffered so much at the hands of extremists and terrorists trying to get that truth and information out to you. Get all America First updates and exclusive offers here at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Also great news that Joshua Aaron, the developer and founder of IceBlock app, that app being removed from Google and Apple uses. I saw him on one of those networks that President Trump mentioned that's not worth listening to in the legacy items, trying to claim he was doing the Lord's work when instead making cities more dangerous as a result of, I don't know what would inspire you to target ICE agents and federal law enforcement officers trying to make America safe, but that's why we exist, to get the truth out there to you, the American people. Again, all America First updates and exclusive offers at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. In the meantime, we will bid you adieu. The magnificent Matthew Alvarez back tomorrow. I'll have the day off tomorrow, but do not let your heart be troubled. The voice of reason. A great episode. We dive more into that burgers and badges event that you might have noticed. I even get to ride a train. Yes, you'll see yours truly, your humble correspondent, on the train, talking to the theater goers, the residents, and the travelers by train tomorrow, exclusively on The Voice of Reason here in Auburn, Opelika, Alabama. In the meantime, we'll say good night and God bless for all of my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. It's sure been fun with you today on this Wednesday in America. Have a blessed night. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.